because we all love music. We in this house. They call it house, but it's a love house, y'all. Because we all love music. We in this house. They call it house, but it's a love house, y'all.
Welcome to the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center on Naval Air Station North Island in beautiful San Diego, California. It's day one of the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge. Wheelchair rugby is on deck today. Exceptional athletes from the U.S. Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, and U.S. Special Operations Command. Athletes possessing outstanding physical skills and mental toughness face off in preliminary round action. All coming up next.
Welcome, fans, family, and friends. Thank you for tuning in today and joining us for the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge hosted by the Army. I'm Lizzie Smith here at the Vice Admiral Fitness Center at the Naval Station North Island in beautiful, sunny San Diego, California. We've got a great day of competition so far. I can't believe we are only on day 1 of 10. Kicked off with powerlifting this morning and getting ready to jump into wheelchair rugby prelims. You can see behind me, we've got teams and athletes warming up. Really excited to bring you some great action today. Kicking off with Air Force versus Marines and SOCOM versus Army, with Navy getting into the mix a little bit later on. So make sure you stay tuned. And while you're viewing, we want to see what you're doing on social media. Post some pictures to Instagram supporting your favorite athletes, your favorite branches. Hashtag @Warrior Games. Make sure you tag us at DoD Warrior Games. But until then, don't go anywhere. We've got some great competition coming up for you, and we will be back shortly after these messages.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge here at Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego, California. I'm John Magrino, along with my partner, Pat Parnell. Today, we've got incredible action coming your way as team competition gets underway on day one with wheelchair rugby. And, Pat, we've got all 5 service teams competing for the gold medal, including our first game, which includes top-seeded and defending gold medalist Air Force. They'll be taking on the Marine Corps.
Well, these are the kind of matchups you dream about. Contentious, and you have the top-rated team, as you mentioned. They've got the bullseye on their backs, and then Marine Corps. Last place, rated, in 5th. They can go from worst to first. So anything can happen in this matchup. Way to kind of approach it where you could be the underdog at this point. And here's what we can say about this sport. Lots of contact, and it's why we love it. They're going to leave it all on the field of play.
Well, you could expect high scoring and high impact, as wheelchair rugby embodies both the physicality of rugby itself as well as the strategy of both soccer and basketball. Let's take a look at the rules.
So a beautiful combination of both of those sports, as you mentioned. 4 10-minute quarters, 1-minute break after first and third quarter, 5-minute break after the second quarter. Wheelchair rugby, as we mentioned, it is just the beautiful combination of all those sports. And it gets us into the team of 10. 3 classifications, minimum, moderate, and maximum. 4 on the floor all at once. No more than 3 of any one classification of player. So couple things to take in as we go through this sport. I know it's new to a lot of people watching out there, John. We'll be breaking down the rules, and we'll spoon feed as much as we can in between the intense action that we're going to be watching.
Right, and the tournament is going to consist of pool and bracket play. We're going to start now with the pool play today and tomorrow, and then the top 4 teams will contest for the bronze and gold medals on day 3 of competition.
I did have some interesting takeaways just watching Team Air Force in practice, the precision. They really, really have the game dialed. And even when you watch them in practice mode, it feels like they're in game mode. There's really no difference for this team.
Absolutely not. They are absolutely ready to play. They've been working hard all year, getting ready for this tournament. And we're going to take a look at the starting lineups in just a couple of seconds here. So Air Force is going to be the visiting team. We got our starting lineups of Staff Sergeant Carly James, Staff Sergeant Colton Grimm, Senior Airman Daryl Holly, as well as Senior Airman Moses Nebraska. That's your Air Force starting lineup. So the home team will be the Marine Corps for this competition. We've got Staff Sergeant Darrell Taylor, Staff Sergeant David Benitez, Gunnery Sergeant Denise Medina, and Master Sergeant Donald Burns. And our officials for our first game will be Todd Jackson and Kelly Kalashevsky.
This the first day of many here at the Warrior Games. We kicked it off with powerlifting, which was electric. And now we're cranking it up even a little more with wheelchair rugby. We talked about the contact that we expect, the speeds, and what's really interesting when you watch these top-rated players, the precision and how quick they can redirect.
We actually have a couple of players on our rosters, Pat, that competed this morning in powerlifting and then had to come back here and take care of business in wheelchair rugby. It'll be exciting to see what type of stamina they still have left, right?
Double duty, yeah. We saw some personal best and some gold, silver, and bronze medals handed out this afternoon with powerlifting, both on the men's and women's side. So some last-minute adjustments, and you'll see a difference. Those of you that are new to the sport, that snub front on those chairs, that will be an offensive player, and then you'll see those chairs that have a bit of a gate, if you will, almost like the front of a locomotive. That is a defensive chair. That is designed like that, and the contact, we expect a couple blown-out tires as well. We have pit crews on both teams. There's not just a moment where you get any chance to rest in this sport, whether it be taking care of the sled or actually field of play. So it looks like we're getting close.
So offensive players, Pat, they have to bounce or pass the ball within 10 seconds. They also have 12 seconds to cross the timeline and 40 seconds on the score clock.
Yeah, once they take possession, and you will see how much can get accomplished within 40 seconds. It's unbelievable.
And we are getting ready for the tip. That's Colton Grimm for Air Force and Donald Burns for the Marine Corps in the center. Air Force wins the tip, and that's Carly James.
Wow.
She passes over to Colton Grimm.
And just like that.
So a quick 1-0 lead, and there's a steal by James, and she tosses it over to Moses Nebraska for the try.
So far, James is everywhere, all at once.
The defending gold medal champions out to a quick 2-0 lead on Team Marine Corps. Here's Donald Burns making his way over the timeline. To David Benitez, charging in from the left side, and the Marine Corps is on the board, Pat.
John, we have ourselves a game just like that. There's that
Daryl Holly wheels it in right through the middle, and Air Force on the board again.
Finding a way to thread the needle on that beautiful redirection.
And a nice block in the middle by Colton Grimm of Air Force.
Able to sneak that back pocket there.
That was Donald Burns.
Yeah, the defense right now of Air Force is really doing such a good job.
Colton Grimm for Air Force. He sees an opening right up the middle, but it gets boxed in by David Benitez. Burns down the left side, running into a little bit of traffic there as he gets held up by Moses Nebraska. David Benitez. Donald Burns for the Marine Corps.
Watch how Air Force is able to keep them out of the box. Amazing defense.
And that's going to be a
Penetrable
turnover.
at times.
Daryl Holly brings it across the timeline. Around the left side, passes right into the middle, and Moses Nebraska takes it in for the try.
Nebraska reaching high and light. What positioning right there. Just that feather touch. Beautiful pass.
Denise Medina running into problems with Carly James, but she gets it off to Donald Burns. David Benitez. And he skates inside the cone on the right side, and the Marine Corps gets on the board one more time.
And just like that, redirect a tipped chair. So
And it looks like we have a penalty, Pat.
Yeah.
Let's take a look and see as David Benitez gets upended inside the key. We've got our first wheel change.
The impact that these chairs have to go through is just incredible.
Here's Patrick McDonald. There's a battle inside the key.
Oh.
David Benitez of the Marine Corps.
Batted away.
And that loose ball is going to stay with the Marine Corps. Patrick McDonald redirects around Holly, tries to get in, but runs into a gauntlet.
And again, Air Force just doing an incredible job at building that wall and knowing where to be. One step ahead of Air Force.
Under 5 minutes to play here in the first quarter. Running clock, 10 minutes.
Wow. 4 in the key.
So that's a turnover for Air Force. See Colton Grimm inside the key. Nearly had a shot clock violation, and we do. And that's Colton Grimm.
Wow.
He hits it off to Holly.
Completely undeterred, getting up on one wheel and having just the state of mind to get that pass off.
And Colton Grimm brings it in for Air Force as they doubling up the Marine Corps. That's Colton Grimm over here with an equipment adjustment. (8-5) Air Force, 3 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Darryl Holly in possession for Air Force.
Incredible maneuvering by Holly there. Wow. Almost some Laker magic right there with that look away on the pass.
Right, so that was a good steal by Moses, Nebraska. And he throws it right into the key for the score. That was Carly James.
Tapping into a little Kareem there with the hook. I'd love to see that.
Darryl Holly drives in, and he will take it across the line. That gives the Air Force a 10-5 lead here with under 2 minutes left.
And it is noticeable when you watch this team defending champs, just the pace they keep.
Very calm, very confident. And a good outlet pass over there to Donald Burns. But Marine Corps can't capitalize. So we're just under a minute. Air Force holding on to a 4-point lead over Marine Corps and looking to extend, and there was a nice pass inside to Nebraska, but that got knocked away by Donald Burns.
Definite missed opportunity there with time ticking away. Wow, Nebraska with that feather touch again. Watch, just up and over, high arc, knows how to get it right to where it needs to be. Beautiful placement.
And we've come to the end of the first quarter of play here in the preliminary rounds of wheelchair rugby. Air Force has an 11-6 lead over the Marine Corps. So, Pat, right away you got to see how the talent of Darryl Holly. You can tell that he is just he's the quarterback of the team, so to speak.
There's that, and I you know, hats off to the entire team. The pacing, it's relentless. You know, Air Force, right from the start of that heat, right all the way through, they don't stop. Doesn't matter which side of the field of play that they're on. It's incredible that the pacing and the stamina of this team and the precision of the passing. That's my immediate takeaway of watching this team. It's no surprise why they've had success and why they are defending champs.
And I think also when you look at how their half-court defense is pretty impressive, there's no gimmies for the Marine Corps. When they try to get over the timeline, there's always an Air Force athlete there to get in the way. The blocks are fantastic. They double team really well. They trap. So far, Air Force is doing everything that they can do to keep the Marine Corps from making a little bit of a charge here.
Yeah, and James too, you know, she's, like I said, everywhere, everywhere at once with the assist, with the scores, and then Nebraska with that beautiful arcing touch. Multiple plays with Nebraska with that placement.
So Carly James is a veteran of this competition. She competed last year at Disney in the 2022 Warrior Games for the gold medal Air Force team, and she is the one of two Air Force players that competed last year as well, along with Justin James.
And it's not only is it great to see both men and women competing on the same team, and then but you see people of all varying the three classifications, minimum, moderate, and maximum. That really is the focus about this sport. It's a sport where varying function could compete on an equal playing field, and that's the great thing about wheelchair rugby.
Wheelchair rugby is practiced internationally in over 31 countries worldwide. Started out in 1976, Pat, created by 5 Canadian wheelchair athletes, and it was introduced to the United States in 1979. Became an official international sport for athletes in 1993.
And it's showing no signs of slowing down. It's taken a lot of different forms and evolutions over the years, but it is really starting to see its peak.
So second quarter action underway. Air Force takes the tip. And this is Daryl Holly once again. Marine Corps down by 6 with the ball. Donald Burns looking for an outlet. He's got Darrell Taylor, and back to Burns.
Wow. Finds the corner pocket.
Phenomenal pass to David Benitez. Benitez in perfect position.
Runs away with it. No possibility of catching.
Donald Burns in a little bit of problem here.
Oh! Holly bringing the heat.
Almost had a timeline violation there, Pat. I think Holly bailed him out.
Great steal by James, and then Holly just posts in. Just like that, 7 up. Defending champs, looking awfully polished.
And Air Force doesn't let up. I mean, they've got a 7-point lead, and you can see they just keep applying the pressure. The steal by Holly.
There
He passes right over to Colton Grimm for another score for Air Force.
And it's knowing that your team is there for support.
7.5 minutes left in the first half. It's an 8-point lead for Air Force, and they get another turnover. Wow. Colton Grimm again. And it looks like Marine Corps is going to have to take a timeout here, Pat.
Definitely, as we see just the momentum of Air Force starting to pull away. There were so many moments where you could see the intensity and the passing. That's the precision I talked about. When you watch them in practice, everything's laser focused on where that ball is going, and you can always expect your teammate is going to be right in the spot. Holly just has that support, and he knows even if he gets kind of pushed off to the side, he knows he's going to have that supporting wing come in there where they can convert.
Exactly. That Holly Grimm combination has been incredibly successful for Air Force here in the first half. Marine Corps they've got some opportunities, but again, defensively, Air Force isn't giving them anything free.
No mistakes, and the tempo, the relentless tempo of Air Force.
So here we go, back on the court to live action. That's Denise Medina. Pierre Sturgis. Sturgis is getting just hounded by Daryl Holly.
And just take note of the clock, how Air Force is able to keep them out of the key as that clock is ticking down.
15 seconds on the clock.
Oh. Wow.
Sturgis ran into trouble, and that's going to be another Marine Corps turnover. Air Force is just relentless in the key.
And this is the wall that they can't get behind. It's a firewall. A la Team Air Force. Swatted away, gets the turnover. Loses it. Abel. Chair's tipped.
And we've got a whistle. That was Gregory Walker on the break.
Yeah, just lost it, but we talk about that team support, and then the contact just right there is testament to the speeds. These guys come in T-boning.
Right, so no penalty there. That's just a rugby play.
Well, as we say, rubbing is wheelchair rugby, much like NASCAR.
Daryl Holly on both ends of the floor, Pat.
Just swatting it away again on defense.
He's everywhere.
Yeah. He's prowess on both ends.
And we've got a jump ball.
Yeah.
So the possession will stay with the Marine Corps. Down 16-7 as we approach the 5-minute mark in the first half. This is Sturgis.
Wow.
He lofted it into Benitez, and it looked like a goal, but apparently it's not.
So penalty on the play. big deficit for Marine Corps to dig out at this point. Ollie really controlling the tempo here. You can see how good he is at redirecting, waiting for that moment. Nope.
You got a double dribble call.
Yeah. John, sometimes it's the little things that can trip you up.
So look at the pressure here in the backcourt. And that's a timeline violation, a backcourt violation, I should say. And Air Force is going to take a full timeout.
Quick wheel change. Looking back. Oh. So timeout was called, but didn't quite get the hands in that T formation, wasn't seen.
So 3:29 to go. And it's a 9-point lead for Air Force. A little confusion on the Air Force side. They didn't realize it was their possession. And that's another turnover for Air Force, so Marine Corps will get an opportunity here to close the deficit. That's Patrick McDonald. Wow! And again, Pat, just nowhere to go.
The ability that they close the gaps. So he saw an opportunity, says, okay, I'm gonna cruise in right in that zone. After the fact, though.
And Holly's going to race in untouched for yet another try for Air Force.
Add that to yet another unscathed, unconnected, and uncontested point on the board for Holly.
You know, Pat, just like football, it's a lot like blocking on offense. As long as you're in position to clear a path for your teammate, you give him an opportunity, and there's another turnover by Marine Corps. Darryl Holly once again, and he's going to take it to the house. And Air Force having their way.
John, I'm losing count at this point how many times Holly has cruised in through the key.
And there's a steal by Gregory Walker to Darryl Holly.
Holly is racking up the points.
And as we pointed out earlier, Pat, they're relentless defensively. There's another turnover in the backcourt. And that's Christopher Farrell. We've got a timeout on the court.
Holly, minimum of 7 points, keeping track here. One of the strongest assets for this defending team, Air Force.
We'll see Darryl Holly in action with wheelchair basketball as well in a few days.
You mentioned these athletes doing double, triple, sometimes quadruple duty. Some of the players we'll see here today were in powerlifting earlier, and then in tomorrow we'll have time trials for the cycling.
Pat, we have some athletes on this Air Force team that are competing in 7 different events at this Warrior Games Challenge. That's incredible.
Yeah. Well, we say a word that we're going to be saying a lot this week, John, is resilience.
Exactly.
And just the sheer fortitude and determination of these athletes is astounding. Wow, fast break situation, Holly. And again.
Daryl Holly.
Be the high score of this game. So eyes focused on the key, the defense for Air Force. You see how quickly they adjust, stopping every attempt here. And they don't stop there.
And that's out of bounds to Marine Corps. This is Denise Medina, and nowhere to go. And that's going to be, that was an inadvertent buzzer.
So getting awfully creative.
That was Rosendo Gutierrez with the goal.
Beautiful screen there. Is Holly able to roll through yet again?
This is Brianne Cook. And that's the final whistle for the first half. And we've got one half in the books. Air Force with a commanding lead over Marine Corps, 22-8.
And Holly leading the charge, 10 points in those 2 quarters. Very, very impressive.
Seemed like 20.
It was nonstop.
So we're going to be right back in just a couple of minutes. We'll be back here in the second half for more wheelchair rugby action.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Welcome back to the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center here at Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego. John Magrino along with Pat Parnell. We are at halftime of our first preliminary game here on Court 1. Air Force with a commanding 22-8 lead over the Marine Corps. And Pat, the defending gold medalists, they look invincible.
Well, when you look at the scoreboard, John, 22-8, it tells the story. It's all about the tempo, and they don't stop. Doesn't matter if it's defense, and it's that speed. James.
And to be fair, it's not a lack of effort by the Marine Corps. I mean, they're doing everything that they can do, but defensively, Air Force is just so solid.
This is really where they tip the scales. I mean, they're also able to make those conversions, but the defense, they're everywhere where they need to be. They're anticipating every play, and it's having that kind of clairvoyance in the key that is really tipping the scales for these defending champs. It's unbelievable to watch it in real time. But also take note, just the stamina, how fit these athletes are. They haven't slowed down for a second. You watch them on the fast breaks, the turnovers, and speaking of fast breaks, Holly was part of so many. He scored already, just in the 2 quarters, 10 points.
So an unbelievable performance by Air Force. But we got a lot of wheelchair rugby left, Pat. We got 20 minutes to go, so anything can happen. The Marine Corps, they're going to give a formidable challenge here in the second half. Let's go courtside with Lizzie Smith.
So far, I am here with Terry and Sergeant Sparkles, Miss Nicole. They're enjoying the game a ton. Terry, are you cheering on any athletes in particular?
I'm cheering on everyone here.
Love that. It's a team sport, baby. And Sergeant Sparkles, Miss Nicole, what does it mean to you to have Air Force represented here today?
I mean, this is the ultimate show of resiliency, right? We're all overcoming everything that, kind of took us out of the game for a little bit. And so we're coming back stronger than ever.
Talk about being back in the game. The athletes are bringing the action, but the fans here are bringing the energy. It's been an exciting first half so far. What do you think is going to happen in that second half, Terry?
Oh, we're going to take names.
There we go. She said it. Sergeant Sparkles, do you agree?
Oh, absolutely. Have you seen the score?
I love it. I'm here with one of our athletes' kids, too. We've got Max and Titan behind me. So excited to cheer on their dad and the entire Air Force team. Terry, take us out the Air Force way.
We are our house.
Whose house?
Our house. Whose house? Our house. Whose house? Our house. We are Air Force. We are Air Force. We are.
We appreciate Lizzie Smith's sideline reporting. We'll check back in with her multiple times throughout this competition. Pat, we got about 15 seconds to go before both teams return to the court. What do you think the strategy for the Marine Corps is going to be in the second half?
Well, it has to be, let's figure out a way to get through that firewall. It's really the defense. They would have to step it up on the pacing and find some of those turnovers. It's that kind of mid-court where it's not really happening for them, and they're really taking too much time to get down into scoring position. They have to up the speed and the tempo to match what we're seeing from Air Force.
And that was Patrick McDonald. So it seems to be a little bit of confusion at the start of the second half. Air Force is contending that it should have been their ball coming out of the whistle. So they're discussing it here at the table. Our new referee on the floor is Bob Doty. He's going to be working alongside Kelly Kalashevsky.
So a quick reassessment. Challenge has been heard. And
I don't think that score is coming off the board, though, by the Marine Corps. So one thing that I did notice in the first half, we talked about how strong Air Force's defense has been. Their defense actually creates their offense, Pat. They get turnovers, they box them in, the ball gets loose, and they are down court with nobody behind them.
Well, it's not only the placement with that as they score yet another time, but it's the ability to swat away and to force those turnovers. Not only do they have the defense, but it's turning that defense into conversions.
And they seem to just know where each other are on the court at all times. Here's Patrick McDonald for the Marine Corps trying to get inside the right side cone.
Wow.
And he can't do it.
Gets a little help. You love it. Give him that extra push.
And that Air Force defense comes to life once again. Here's Colton Grimm. And he's rocked by Patrick McDonald. as the Marine Corps substitution comes in, and that's going to be Denise Medina. Moses Nebraska returns to the court as well for Air Force. Patrick McDonald back in the game now for the Marine Corps.
Wow. Incredible positioning and maneuvering right there. That is textbook screen defense in that kinetic approach.
Right, Christopher Farrell set up that play. Right, Colton Grimm may have scored the try, but if you look at number 23, Christopher Farrell, he's going to set the block right there. Oh. Just seals it off, and he skates in untouched. Great play.
That is beautiful wheelchair rugby.
And Marine Corps gets in. That's Patrick McDonald on a nice touch pass by Pierre Sturgis.
They're awfully patient on that play. They're going to want to move a little faster.
Here's Grimm. And he had Nebraska on the right side, but he didn't need it.
Lost control of the ball. So went through. So I think a double dribble.
And that was a case of Air Force not giving up on the play, right? I mean, Marine Corps looked like they had a 2-on-1. It should have been an easy goal, but Air Force doesn't give up to get the turnover.
Oh, it.
And no try.
I got two of me.
This is Grimm. And wide open for the try was Justin James.
And if you're keeping track, just watch these plays, these points. It's effortless. Beautiful bounce pass and just rolls through. Thank you. I'll take another.
15-point advantage for Air Force. Under 6 minutes remaining here in the third. Another great defensive play. Moses Nebraska with the interception.
And Nebraska throws it way up front.
So Colton Grimm puts another try on the board for Air Force. Patrick McDonald looking for room.
Not finding it. Really wedged in there. Air Force sandwich. Not the kind you want. Can't seem to penetrate. And tipped away. Nebraska saying no. Not on my watch.
David Benitez checks back in for the Marine Corps along with Denise Medina. "15 seconds on the clock."
Some visible frustration from Marine Corps. Really just pushed to the limits in terms of what they can pull off with that defense. They're just really creating that wall, not giving them any easy access to the key.
Not a bad play there, though. David Benitez is able to sneak around the right side inside the cone. 26-10, Air Force leading, I should say 26-11, Air Force leading the Marine Corps. We are about to 3.5 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Preliminary round action, wheelchair rugby.
Wow. That is a straight up fake, my friends. That was beautiful.
Colton Grimm shows us how it's done.
Grimm's ability to redirect on a dime is just uncanny.
Here's Medina. She's boxed in.
And through attrition, getting another.
So that was David Benitez with the try for the Marine Corps. And Colton Grimm takes it in one more time for Air Force.
Loose ball, chance.
And Pat, you can see the frustration on the faces of the Marine Corps players that just can't seem to get into any rhythm.
Well, when you think about the amount of energy when you have to work that much longer, that much harder just to get each goal, they're wearing them down at this point. You can see it visibly shaken, a little frustrated. But to maintain the tempo of Air Force, to stay in step with every play is a tall order at this point.
Marine Corps inbound, down 16 here with 1:39 left. Benitez has a hole on the right side, but he is...
No, denied! And then swatted away.
Colton Grimm says, not today. You see Grimm getting it done offensively and defensively, Pat.
And then another one.
That was Carly James coming in hard from the right side, and looks like she's locked up with David Benitez inside the key.
Saw the impact, completely unfazed by that. James is just in beast mode coming in at that speed.
She's one of the 2 Air Force players that competed last year at the 2022 games. Here's Benitez for the Marine Corps.
Just those subtleties. You saw how James quickly headed to the corner.
Trying to get around the block of Daryl Taylor, but just couldn't get there. This is Sturgis. 10 seconds on the clock. Sturgis, and he gets in around the left cone.
See how many attempts they had to take just to get that 1 point. That's time, it's energy. So just denied on each corner, forced down to the redirect, and then finally sneaks it in through the corner.
.7 seconds left here in the third quarter. Air Force leading Marine Corps 30-14. The Marine Corps has got to make one last push here, Pat, and see if we can.
Oh, James and Nebraska. And right there, Nebraska with the quick pass to James.
As time expires, Carly James.
That's the mid-court. That is the mid-court tempo I'm talking about. They do not give anything. There's no freebies from Team Air Force. No freebies. Everything you get, you have to earn.
So once again, another strong finish by Air Force at the end of the quarter. Marine Corps had a little bit of a push there towards the end, but maybe could have gotten another shot at a goal before the end of the quarter. But Air Force says, no, I don't think so. I think we're going to go ahead and tack on more to our lead.
It's a big, big deficit to climb out of. It's a tall order. I mean, hats off to Marine Corps to be facing off with the defending champ for your first game. Not ideal, but, you know, we talked about it at the top of the show. You'd like to see those underdog stories. You know, could they be the spoiler? It doesn't look like it's to be. It's all, you know, but not official because we still have some more play time here.
Let's go back to courtside with Lizzie Smith. She's got a special guest.
Hey there, that's right. I am here with Travis and his service dog, Leno. Travis is from Team Navy, getting ready for his competition out here today. How are you feeling?
I'm doing really good, getting ready to get out there and play.
I love it. Love the enthusiasm. And I hear that Leno here has a little bit of a special story. Can you tell us about that?
So Leno is a almost a 2.5-year-old Black Lab Golden Cross. He started off with guide dogs for the blind at 8 weeks old. And when he turned a year old, he was found to have a genetic condition that may give him an eye problem. So it disqualified him from guide dogs for the blind. But he ended up transitioning to service dog work. And he went through Next Step Service Dogs, where they trained him and got him to, when we paired, they trained him for mobility, which is my primary issue. And it's just him. He got me through games last year in Orlando. So he has been instrumental in me getting back into society. So it's been amazing.
That's huge. That's just incredible. Thank you so much for sharing that. We can't wait to see you compete later on today, and we love hanging out with Leno. Appreciate it, Travis.
Thank you so much. You guys have a great one.
Back here courtside, John Magrino along with Pat Parnell. Air Force with a commanding 17-point lead. Pat, I'm not so sure the Marine Corps has enough time to get back into this game, but they got to make a better push.
They definitely have the will. There's the skill set, but it's come down to time as you slowly see that lead grow and grow for Air Force. They're really going to have to be quicker. They don't want to be using all of that 40 seconds of a lot of time to score each point.
Marine Corps on offense. This is Brienne Cook, and she looked like she had a path.
Yep. And it's Air Force's ability to be where they need to be, and then to have the wherewithal to know to bat those passes away. There's no easy gives from this team.
That was a great defensive stop by Colton Grimm. Daryl Holly's not in the game, but Colton Grimm is taking over where Daryl Holly was doing in the first half. And that's going to be a Marine Corps turnover.
Once again, Team Air Force just wearing the other team down. Marine Corps forcing them to get a little desperate with the passes.
Some substitutions for Air Force, which is a good idea. You've got the game pretty much in.
Wow.
This is Grimm. And he's going to go in untouched.
The pass that got that play started was just pitch perfect. This is how you move the ball through the court. Oh, now I'm just going to tap it over. And then Grimm, he was gone from that point on.
Great touch pass by James Phelps. This is Cook looking for an opening.
Just denial after denial. Gets a little desperate, forces with the blind pass, and it's pushing them into those corners where they get desperate, and that's where you start to see the errors.
That's right. She had Gutierrez on the right cone, but that ball was just over his head. This is Burns.
Nice move there, but defense just waiting for him in the key.
And he's being harassed by Jocelyn Arevalo. Great defense by Air Force again.
And not only is that harassment encouraged, it's completely legal.
100%.
That's part of the best part of wheelchair rugby.
James with an outlet pass.
And
Colton Grimm.
Yeah. almost claiming it a little bit there, taking his time as he rolls through.
7 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. 33-14 Air Force. Donald Burns takes it across the timeline. Looking for a block, and he just gets boxed out. But a great pass, and that looks Rosendo Gutierrez.
James just flying, unchallenged.
And a great block by Grimm right over here, about 10 yards out. That allowed James to skate in untouched again. A 20-point advantage for Air Force. This is Burns.
No, pinched again. And then swatted away.
You can see what the intention is, Pat. You know that they're trying to lure two defenders over and get an open pass to somebody in the key. It's just not there.
Well, and then Air Force isn't buying any of it. They're exactly where they need to be, ahead of the Marine Corps team. They're anticipating every move.
It's almost as if they had a great scouting report on them. They know where the passes are going. They know what the plays are going to be.
But they're also very in sync with one another. You talk about the screens and the blocks that we're seeing, knowing that your teammate knows what to do and where to be, especially when you make those conversions.
And we have a timeout on the floor.
Very few missed opportunities on the turnovers, too, and that's really what's tipping the scales for Air Force.
.5:27 left to go in the fourth quarter. Opening round action here in wheelchair rugby. Air Force with a commanding 34-14 lead over the Marine Corps.
You see, too, as Holly's back in the game. He was just in fuego. He really had some good rhythm, but getting a little rest. Coming back nice and fresh, yeah.
They're going to need it. They've got a couple of more games coming up this afternoon. We'll be calling Air Force one more time at 5:30 here Pacific time as they take on third-seeded SOCOM.
Oh. Unfortunate pass there. Forcing the turnover, a possession.
Over on court two, you can see that SOCOM is taking on Army, and the defending bronze medalists hold a 15-point lead over Army, 28-13, with about 5:20 to go in the fourth quarter. SOCOM will be in action against second-ranked Navy coming up next after this game.
And again, Holly back in action, and that's where expect to see him as he rolls through for yet another point. I believe 11 points on the board just for Holly alone.
He's an incredible athlete. This is Donald Burns. Trying to get around the block, and it looks like he does. He got in inside the right cone, and Marine Corps gets back on the board.
Oh, wow. And some great camaraderie. Nebraska showing a little respect there. Knew that was a good hit. Both players getting a little airborne.
That was Rosendo Gutierrez of the Marine Corps. I think they know each other.
Yeah. He's like, respect. hard hit, and good news is the wheelchair taking the brunt of that impact.
Moses, Nebraska, he's going to be competing in 6 other events in this competition.
Yeah. They're having some fun. Demolition derby approach right now.
It's the sound that gets me, Pat.
Oh, it is.
Love the sound.
Yeah.
There's a good try by Brianne Cook. And we got a little action going on here in the front court, Pat. Donald Burns of the Marine Corps and Moses, Nebraska keep barreling. There it is again.
Oh. Nebraska saying, I want it up a little higher. had to reach awfully low for that. You don't want to get
There's William Pizarka coming in for the Marine Corps. He's getting in some action on Nebraska. Donald Burns in the backcourt, chased by Nebraska, cut off. Almost a clock violation, but Brianne Cook takes it over the timeline.
Oh, just a little out in front. Incredible speed right there.
Daryl Holly again.
Yeah.
Burns. Gutierrez trying to open up a hole for Burns, and he passes to Cook. Back to Burns. And that's a good goal by Marine Corps.
Well, taking just the steady 1-2 approach, paying some dividends there. But Team Air Force, just even with a commanding lead, really not slowing down. Holly wants another one. That's number 12. High scorer so
Incredible
far.
Performance. Great performance by Daryl Holly. Great performance by the entire Air Force team, in fact, on both ends of the court. And in all fairness, Pat, Marine Corps is pretty good. They got some great talented players here. It's just you're running up against the juggernaut.
Absolutely. That pincher approach on defense.
William Pizarka puts his name in the scorebook for the Marine Corps. We're just under a minute. 19-point lead for Air Force.
Wow, what? Are you kidding me? The reach by Holly on that, getting it over to Nebraska. How did he grip with 2 fingertips, grabbed it with a hangnail? Watch the reach on this. Watch this. He's got special Spidey skills, because that is just, that's not human, I'm sorry. That was incredible.
So 38-18 Air Force. 31 seconds left on the clock. Brianne Cook will inbound it for the Marine Corps. 27 seconds left in the contest. Nowhere to go for Donald Burns.
Even with 19 left in regulation, the defense is just as relentless as it was in our first quarter. It's I'm just flummoxed by the pacing of this team and their ability to keep moving.
And Nebraska could not handle the inbound pass, so that'll go back over to the Marine Corps. The Air Force coach calling for everybody to fall back behind the timeline.
20-point deficit.
And here's Donald Burns with 3 seconds to go, and they're not going to let him in, Pat. And that will do it. Your final score, Air Force 38 and Marine Corps 18 in opening round action here at Wheelchair Rugby.
Well, I think we just witnessed what a great treat to see defending champs come out swinging in the early rounds, but to really set the tone of what we can expect as we get towards the medal rounds here in Wheelchair Rugby. They really are not afraid to lay everything out there in game number 1.
You know, what amazes me the most about this, Pat, is when you look at this Air Force roster, you know, we talked about them being defending gold medalists. So you believe that they're the more experienced club, they're the more confident club going in. But when you look, they only have 2 people that are playing on last year's gold medalist team. So that means their training program is phenomenal, because this team looks like a gold medal team.
Well, no, hats off to the coach, too. He's a very vocal coach. He's very, you know, and he knows the game. And you can see it in their practice. Watching them even before we came on air today, they're practicing at 110%, just running through the drills. You know, you can see how much this game means to them.
Right, there's a lot of pride in this. Their practices are as difficult as the games. And you know, that old adage is, you know, you play the way you practice. And you should practice the way you're going to play, because that's how you get better. Let's take a look at the highlights of the most incredible victory by gold medalist Air Force.
You know, James, right from the get-go, she was showing her prowess, not just on her ability to convert, but to really get those passes. You know, James racking up points, but Nebraska, that feather touch, you have to love that. It's just almost like a beautiful fall away. But Holly, his ability to find those open players, like you made mention of it. It's almost that all those blind passes, they knew where each one another was all at all times.
And as great as Daryl Holly is, when he's not in the game, they don't seem to miss a beat. Colton Grimm had a phenomenal game. Carly James comes in. Christopher Farrell. Moses Nebraska, you mentioned him already. Unbelievable on the defensive side. Offensively,
yeah,
Air Force is they're just a step above.
And that's my play of the game. Holly with that Spider-Man, it just the Spidey skills on that grab, and then able to get it over. And then Nebraska getting popped up in the air just shows the intensity. You know, the hits that these players are taking is,
and two, you know, they're not just skilled athletically. They're also they seem to have mental telepathy. They know where each other are on the court. They're smooth. They anticipate each other's moves. Unbelievable victory by Air Force.
And those watching at home that are new to wheelchair rugby, something you probably noticed too is the sound. The sound of the impacts that they're taking in the key, coming in full speed, and then to see them go airborne, you understand this is an intense game.
It just resonates throughout the entire arena. You know when these guys are playing. It's fantastic. So game one is in the books. Air Force with a commanding victory over the Marine Corps. Game two, we're going to have two more medalist teams in action, as we've got defending silver medalist Navy taking on bronze medalist SOCOM from the 2022 games. SOCOM with a big 15-point victory over Army over on court 2 behind us. That'll be a really good matchup as well, Pat.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere, and we hope you don't do the same. Or you do the same, maybe. I don't know.
We'll be back in just a few minutes.
What's up, everyone? I am here with Colton from the winning Air Force team, just beating out Marines in Game 1 of Wheelchair Rugby Prelims. Colton, how did it feel to win today? That was quite the game.
It felt great, like awesome. We did amazing today.
You did. Talk about teamwork, talk about action. What does it mean to you to be an athlete competing here at the Warrior Games?
It's a way for us who have some injuries to be able to compete in a high-tier type of sport, and it gets great, brings great meaning to be able to compete here.
Yeah, and you were absolutely incredible to watch today. I mean, you got a ton of points for your team, saw a ton of action out there. Any highlights for you?
I guess the highlight is how we worked as a team. It's worth the teamwork because me and Holly will go back and forth trying to compete against each other while we're competing against them.
I love it. How are you feeling moving forward in this competition?
I feel awesome. I think we're in a really good place, and I think we have the opportunity to win this all.
You heard it here first. Team Air Force, the ones to watch out here. Take a quick look at this message from our hosts at Team Army.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
I could say, but I might as well show. There are things we could guess, but we might as well know. So hurry up, girl, you've been taking too long. We can't just get crazy like there's nothing wrong. Cause all I hear is talking, 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 and all I need is action. Baby, till the morning, 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 a little satisfaction. So if you just take the time, everything could be simple, and every day I'll be with you, no lie. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. That it's hard when it's easy as pie. We got the ingredients, why don't we try? Yeah, yeah. No need to be greedy, I'm yours for the night. But could be for life if you're treating me right. Yeah. And you can keep walking, walking, walking. 'Cause baby, I need action. Just a little satisfaction to keep me holding on. 'Cause if you just take the time, everything could be simple. And every day I'll be with you, no lie. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated.
Welcome back to the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center here on Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego. John Magrano along with Pat Parnell. We are still in preliminary day one of wheelchair rugby. And what an interesting match we had on the first two courts. On the first two games, we had Air Force absolutely hammering Marine Corps by 20 points, Pat. And on the court behind us, we had SOCOM taking care of business against Army. So in this game, we've got the number 2 seed Navy and number 3 SOCOM. Now Navy, this will be their first game, so they're well rested. But SOCOM, they're going to be a little bit gassed from the last game.
A little bit, or I mean, when you talk about 2 blowout games and then to go right from one game right into the next, that really just brings up the conversation of stamina again. We saw just how fast the tempo can be when you're a top-level team. And you pointed it out, we're in the midst of preliminaries. We're just getting started, so pace yourselves. It's a lot of adrenaline to take in, those that are new to wheelchair rugby. It's going to be really interesting to watch, how much impact, going back-to-back games is going to have on that. Will it be enough on the edge when we watch really quality, high-quality level wheelchair rugby when it comes to defense, and having the wherewithal to know how to handle those turnovers, the pacing that we saw just in the game, our first game that went down, that could really what is that tip the scales in the team's favor.
So both teams really coming into this game, as we talked about earlier, the bronze medalist in the 2022 game, SOCOM, coming in to play the silver medalist. Navy thinks that they have enough to win it all this year, right? They're coming in with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. If you look up and down their roster, they've got at least 6 or 7 players that were on that 2022 team, and so I expect them to come out with a vengeance here in this game to really kick off their tournament.
Well, that says a lot. When you come in and you're sitting in, as a defending silver medalist, you're just shy of getting the gold. That can sometimes be exactly what you need to get angry enough to want it a little bit more. That's going to be a big story here. Is will we see the defending gold medalist able to hold on, go back-to-back wins? That's really you're trying to create a legacy here when it comes to this sport.
So we're just getting ready here for the tip-off. SOCOM versus Navy. This is game 2. Here's your starting lineup for Navy. Don Calero, Luis Cervantes, Andrew Garcia, and Kayla Sasko will be the first 4 on the floor for Navy. And for Team SOCOM, we'll have Jake Anthony, Joshua Martin, Tony Smith, and Isaiah Staley. And here we go. The officials for this contest will be Matthew Smith and Bob Doty. Team SOCOM looking for an opening against Navy. Oh! That's Jake Anthony. He gets boxed in.
Completely wedged out. Thought he had a clean go.
Isaiah Stanley in possession for SOCOM. And that's going to be a turnover for SOCOM. So we get our first look at Navy, Pat. They've got a huge roster.
Yeah. They're going deep. I talked to a couple of the players. Spoke with Cola. They are hungry.
And a great pass by Cervantes to a wide open Don Calero when Navy draws first blood. SOCOM powers up the floor. That was Jake Anthony. And he slides it in perfectly to Josh Martin, and we have a tie game.
Flawless with the pass work. Watch the pass, wait for it.
Like shooting a free throw, Pat.
Yeah. Nothing but net on that.
Here's Cervantes. And he's got an opening, and he slides in right behind Tony Smith for the score. Luis Cervantes.
Waits for it. And then realizes, I'm going in.
It almost looked like Tony Smith was expecting him to come inside, but he didn't. It's a nice block by Don Calero. Here's Jake Anthony.
Got almost just tipped away.
Knocked away by Kayla Saska. Nice play by defensively by Saska for Navy.
Lots of hands. Couldn't get the connection.
Cervantes brings it up the floor for Navy. He's guarded by Anthony. Gets a nice block.
Watch the pass to Saska, looking back on that, right in perfect position in the corner.
And right as we were doing the replay, Isaiah Stanley just went coast to coast for SOCOM. We got a tie game, 3-3.
In terms of tempo and pacing, very, very tightly matched so far.
And Cervantes looks for an opening, but he goes right into Smith's broadside. A good touch pass to Don Calero, and he's trying to get over the line.
He does. Man, he had to muscle that.
Good work by Don Calero.
All force on that point.
Four, 3 Navy, 6 minutes to go in the first quarter. We've got a double dribble call on SOCOM. Cervantes gets a nice block by Saska.
Whoa!
And a great pass by Cervantes to Saska. So she set him up on the block, and he rewards her for the effort. Good goal for Navy.
You have to love when they return the favor like this. Now watch her positioning and patience. She's screaming. She wants it. She gets it and converts.
Wholesale substitutions by Navy, Pat. 4 off and 4 back on. Very well rested. This is Isaiah Stanley.
Wow.
And a great move. He skates around.
The jibe, duck, and redirect.
Justin Radbill had position.
Yeah.
But a great move by Stanley. And just like that, Navy gets back on the board. Travis Wyatt, one of the substitutions that just came on the court.
Still incredible back and forth.
We've got a timeout on the court.
I believe Radville, one of those athletes that also competed in powerlifting this morning. Love to see these athletes just dive in deep, going multi-sport.
So the full timeout by SOCOM. We've got 4:39 left here in the first quarter, and this game is everything that we thought it would be, Pat. Navy with a 6-4 lead over SOCOM. I'm just impressed by the depth of the Navy roster. It's like they're going to continue to sub 4 on and 4 off. They could do that the whole game. It's like you're playing a fresh team every 5-10 minutes. But so far, the up and down action by both squads has been impressive.
So how fresh can Navy stay? Talk about the depth, the amount of players.
From a defensive intensity standpoint, Navy has the advantage because their players are well rested.
Yeah.
So a turnover by SOCOM. Navy will take back over with a 2-point lead. Aaron Gomez driving it in for Navy, but SOCOM will get the turnover.
Just a little too high.
Hamilton Cook.
Yeah. See Navy really being intentional, controlling the pacing.
Here's Gomez. So Gomez tried to dish it off to Jonathan Page.
The arms were everywhere. SOCOM wasn't having it.
Tony Smith comes back onto the court for SOCOM. He'll replace Hamilton Cook. We've got an equipment adjustment here for SOCOM as well. That's Josh Martin.
Just the abuse that these chairs can take. Full pit crew dedicated to keeping these chairs in shape with the ability to just take the hits. They're like batarams.
And so, Pat, as we discussed earlier, 4 more substitutions for Navy. They get you with just fresh bodies on the floor every time.
Wow. Frenetic pace right there.
That was Eric Cruz for Navy. And just like that, Navy's doubled up SOCOM.
You see.
Nice pass and the dish to Cruz. Tony Smith answers for SOCOM. Tony Smith competing in 7 events here at the Warrior Games this year. And a nice dish. Good work by Eric Cruz.
And the persistence of Navy when they're on that point where there is scoring potential, they will not give up.
And Jake Anthony had a clear. No. Nice work by Anthony. Can't take any breaks against this SOCOM team.
Well, to match that speed, not an easy task.
Cervantes.
A lot of communication by Navy as they go down the court, really communicating the plays well and staying in position.
And we have a 10-second violation on Navy. 10 seconds in the key. Here's Isaiah Stanley.
Oh!
Over to Tony Smith.
Sneaks it in. You just saw that one hand able to bring it in. Lost it up. Watch. And then to finish it. Sneaking in on the corner.
And it wasn't like Cervantes didn't have good defensive position.
Yeah.
So with 42 seconds left, down by 1, here comes SOCOM. Isaiah Stanley across midcourt. He throws to Tony Smith, and he's got Jake Anthony on the right side.
Oh! And that was just a game of attrition there. This taking that sidewinder approach.
So who are you going to cover, right?
Yeah.
So the officials are clarifying a shot clock confusion and possibly a scoreboard irregularity, Pat. Try to get some clarification. Scoreboard reads 9 scores each.
Well, and I think at this point, it's this contentious, which we anticipated. You want to make sure every point counts.
Well, you know, Pat, even in a tiebreaker situation in this tournament, the amount of goals that you score offensively, that comes into play as a tiebreaker. So yeah, you want to fight for every point.
Yeah. Just 25 seconds left in our first quarter. And to have the game this tight, I did not anticipate. I did think, you know, Navy, but like you point out, a little bit more fatigued. Maybe that's keeping things a little tighter, or that just both teams are coming back to this year's Warrior Games that much more hungry and focused and, you know, ready to do battle.
Navy being the more experienced team with the 7 returning players from last year's silver medal squad. SOCOM, no players listed as former players in last year's tournament. So this is an important possession for Navy, tied at 9 with under 20 seconds to go. Let me clarify that. Navy was awarded a goal, so it's 10-9.
Wow. Saska.
Kayla Saska takes it in for Navy.
She came into that key with such ferocity.
Jake Anthony getting harassed in the backcourt, and we have a big collision here at the center. Timeout on the floor with 2 seconds to go.
Hey, Bob, who's ball? Bob, who's ball? Hey, get the key. Get the key. Get the key.
Well, that was Tony Saska for SOCOM. Pat, they used to refer to wheelchair rugby as murder ball, and I think we know why. So that's the end of the first quarter. Navy holding an 11-9 lead over SOCOM. So far, Pat, nothing unexpected in this match.
Well, I think we both expected both teams to come out swinging. I think with Navy, we know the level of playing, from their team. Like, as you pointed out, so many returning players. SOCOM, on the other hand, SOCOM has, the unknown variable. And that sometimes can play to your advantage. It keeps you innocuous. People don't know what to expect. They can't anticipate a lot of what is expected from the team. So it could be a factor that could favor SOCOM. But we'll see. I'm actually a little surprised it's as tight as it is.
One thing I am impressed with about Navy is to be fair, I thought that they would come in possibly a little overconfident, right? You've had the success, you've got the players that have been there before. You know that players on SOCOM, they're new to this competition itself, so perhaps maybe Navy's a little bit stunned by SOCOM's effort in this first quarter.
I anticipate Navy to start upping it a little bit more with just a little bit more intensity. Just start watching a little bit more, too, of that communication, which they're great at, but really watching those set plays and the speed at which they can do those.
A nice crowd, a nice healthy crowd here for the Warrior Games Challenge on day one, preliminary round action here at the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center in San Diego. Enjoying wheelchair rugby. Plenty more events to come up. To make your way out here tomorrow and check out the broadcast as well, we've got cycling time trials as well as the cycling road race. Nothing but cycling tomorrow here at the Warrior Games.
The time trials, vital for getting that proper position for the road race.
On Monday, we'll be back here for the field events in the morning, and in the afternoon, we'll have second round action in wheelchair rugby preliminaries. So it's two full days of wheelchair rugby preliminary action, followed by the medal games the day after. Plenty of action coming up here. We're back on the court. Navy with the inbound.
Oh! And a chance. Fast break situation here for SOCOM.
Jake Anthony.
Oh, stays on course. Undeterred.
He was challenged by Aaron Gomez coming up right behind him, but Anthony kept true.
Look at the velocity up on one rail and able to glide through, getting the conversion.
Back to a one-goal game. Cervantes. A lot of action going on in the key there.
Yeah. No easy gimmies.
SOCOM trying.
Oh!
And he got it inside, and that was Christopher Lawrence.
Lawrence was waiting for it. Arms were up.
Pressure in the backcourt by Navy. Tony Smith. Hamilton Cook has to let it go out. (12-10) Navy over SOCOM. 8.5 to go in the second quarter. And we have a major collision in the key. That was Aaron Gomez. We've got a timeout on the floor.
So
Yeah, Gomez
definite.
came right into Isaiah Stanley.
Oh, that was one of the louder, audible alarm bells we heard.
Take a look at it.
So this is where it went down. Focus to the left of your screen, right there. Up, over, flip, back. That is a tough hit.
There's a turnover by SOCOM. Aaron Gomez heaves it ahead to the front court, but that's going to go out of play and back to SOCOM.
Gomez taking a Hail Mary approach.
A couple of substitutions on the floor. Jake Anthony is all alone, and he takes it in for the try. We've got a timeout in the backcourt. That was Don Calero upended. So Navy with a 1-point lead. In our previous game, Pat, I don't think we saw this type of physical action until well into the second half.
Both sides are challenging every single play.
And Cervantes, he's able to weave around inside the left cone there for the score. That puts Navy back up by 2.
And we've seen that from Cervantes. He likes to take his time, go back and forth. He's been denied most of the game so far, but starting to find those pockets, those holes for scoring opportunity. So you can see Cervantes.
So the officials are saying that was not a score by Cervantes. Yeah, he just... I think they called a timeout before the score, Pat.
Got it.
So the score remains 12-11. Let's talk about Cervantes. Cervantes, he is the point guard of this team, you can tell. As you said, he's very patient. He gets the ball across the timeline, surveys the landscape. They don't rush passes into the key.
What I have noticed, though, that Navy known for their communication and that ability to kind of set up those plays, SOCOM is not making it easy for them. And I think, judging by just the body language of Team Navy, I think they're a little surprised. They're a little surprised how much challenge they're getting from SOCOM.
SOCOM down by 1 with possession. And let's not forget, this is their second game they've played in a row. They've had no break. So we'll see what type of stamina we have coming up the remainder of this quarter as well as the second half. But so far, they look great. Pressure in the backcourt applied by Navy. There's the outlet pass. That's Jake Anthony. And Tony Smith takes it into the house.
Smith, a play defined in centimeters. He was hustling. Had to get out there. The ball in front of him. 2 players battling for it. Just got enough fingertip and then was able to glide in for the point.
7-event athlete here at the Warrior Games, Tony Smith. He's a lieutenant colonel in SOCOM. Here's Cervantes. Tries to get a block.
Leads across that baseline of the key, could not make it around. Great defense by SOCOM.
That was a 10-second violation. 10 seconds into key by Navy. So SOCOM now with a chance to take the lead with just over 6 minutes to go here in the first half.
Back and forth.
Backcourt violation by SOCOM. Four new substitutions again for Navy. This is Andrew Garcia. Nice block by Sasker. Garcia.
SOCOM saying no again.
He got trapped in the key, Pat. Joshua Martin back on the court for SOCOM.
Oh, and able to tip
Tony
it over
Smith.
Saska.
Tony Smith to Josh Martin, and they wave it off.
Trying to understand, because it looked like it was clean. How long was Smith in the key at the end of this? Huh.
Garcia.
No, denied again.
He gets trapped in the key. And they're going to have to pull out. They're going to have to regroup. Garcia, Jonathan Page, looking to get some sort of block to create a hole, and it's knocked away by Tony Smith. We've got a timeout by Navy.
Never switch, no possession. I press.
Looking for anything.
Isaiah Stanley trying to set a pick for him. And it's tipped away. Navy on a break. Here's Andrew Garcia. He's all alone. And he takes it in for the try.
Uncontested right until the last foot.
Sensational defense here.
Yeah.
That created the turnover that allowed Garcia to go in uncontested back. 13-12 Navy. We're approaching the 3-minute mark of the second quarter. And there's a steal by Garcia.
He might. No, and he does.
He
Finds
gets inside
the corner.
Got inside the left cone, Andrew Garcia.
It's almost as if they were anticipating him, holding back and waiting for the play, but left a lot of space on that corner.
Garcia, an intelligence specialist, third class in the Navy. He'll be competing in cycling tomorrow. Tony Smith has to get his wheel put back on there in the middle circle. 14-13 Navy, 2:30 to go here in the first half. So Pat, over on court 2 behind us, the Marine Corps bouncing back from a devastating loss in the first game. They're up on Army 16-8 with about 2.5 to go.
Yeah, so good opportunity to lick the wounds and keep trudging forward. Navy doing such a good job at controlling that line.
Isaiah Stanley and Justin Radville did everything that they could to get across the line, and Navy just couldn't let them in. Sensational defense.
Yeah. Have fun trying to get through. It's not going to happen.
Great job by Jonathan Page and Kayla Saska. Here's Garcia, and there's no opening.
Saska behind him, and no. There we go. Gets it.
Nice toss to Jonathan Page.
Muscles it through, using a little flex zone.
Here's a backcourt turnover.
SOCOM's back. Puts that ball high.
And that's disappointing because Isaiah Stanley had nothing in front of him for a free score. So under a minute to go. 2-point lead for second-seeded Navy. Let's see if they try to take a little bit more time off the clock, Pat.
Still such an incredibly tight game.
Levi Moore right at the key. Try to set a block for Garcia.
Oh, stripped away.
And that's going to roll all the way to the end of the court. And that's going to stay with Navy. Just over 23 seconds left here in the first half. Navy up by 2. This is Cervantes, a full head of steam.
Oh.
Big collision at the key. Cervantes trying to get in on the right side. In. And he does.
Block after block, laid over screen upon screen. That was a beautifully executed play.
Give credit to Levi Moore, who set that pick. And with 1 second left, Navy intercepts it at half court, and that's going to do it for our first half action. Heck of a first half, Pat.
So tight. Only 3 points separating these two teams. It can go either way. If SOCOM, finds that next gear and really gets a little bit more aggressive with the conversions, I could see it going their way. But Navy, I anticipated they were going to come back a little hungrier after that timeout. You could see them really recalculating what it was going to take to get the upper hand. And it's starting to pay some dividends for Navy.
So we're at the half. Navy holds a 3-point lead over SOCOM. We'll be back with highlights right after this message.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
We're back here courtside, round 1 preliminary action here in the wheelchair rugby competition at the Warrior Games. Navy holding a 16-13 lead over SOCOM. We're going to take a look at some first half highlights, Pat.
When you talk about Navy coming in, defending silver medalist, they were the favorite, but then there's SOCOM, who's fresh off a game previous to this. So we're trying to anticipate how much just wherewithal would they have? How much would they have left in the tank? And the answer is a lot. Really surprised how SOCOM stayed in pace with a fresh Navy.
Got to give a lot of credit to Navy's point guard on the floor, Luis Cervantes, with an outstanding first half. He's controlling the action and the tempo for Navy. Kayla Saska, unbelievable effort both on defense as well as blocking on offense. And for SOCOM, Jake Anthony has been unbelievable in the first half. Tony Smith and Isaiah Stanley up and down the court. Just a great effort on both sides.
Some amazing breakaways as well. Navy able to capitalize on those errors on SOCOM's side. And that's really what splits the difference.
So we're going to go courtside with Lizzie Smith, who's got some special guests.
That is exactly right. I am here hanging out with Team Navy. I mean, when I say these athletes bring the action, these fans bring the energy. It's 16-13, and it's hard to believe that these fans are not the reason why. I've got TA here. She's Travis's wife, one of our athletes today. What's it like watching Travis out there compete?
Super exciting for us to be here and watch him compete with the team.
I love that. And what does it mean to have such a huge support section here for Team Navy for you today?
Oh, we couldn't do this without our team. Like family forever.
That's huge. And I've got Hayden here. She's watching her daddy Travis out there. What's it like watching Dad compete?
It's amazing to watch him compete. It's just super fun. When he smiles, we all smile.
I love that. When the athletes smile, we all smile. Now, they taught me a chant here. It's pretty exciting. How's that one go? Navy team?
Navy pride.
Navy team?
Navy pride.
Navy team?
Navy pride.
John, what do you think? Do you guys have a chant out there that can beat this one? I don't think so.
That's going to be very difficult to top, Lizzie. We have got a great first half of action. Navy holding on to a 16-13 lead over SOCOM. And, Pat, the second half looks like it's going to be everything that the first half was and possibly more.
Right, a barn burner for sure. Already, I'm amazed at SOCOM's ability to keep Navy just, slightly tempered in terms of what they could accomplish. I am seeing a little uptick in Navy's hunger and pacing. You mentioned Cervantes doing a really good job at finding those holes. It hasn't been easy. SOCOM's been really, really good trying to maintain that pace and really be aware of how long they're in the key and where the placement of all their players are. So it's going to be really interesting to see the stamina factor, the hunger factor, and if Navy can step it up and start really trying to wear down SOCOM.
And you could see it as Navy's coming out of their break, coming onto the floor here. They're pumped. They're motivated. They are ready to exert some sort of increased pressure here on SOCOM. They've got a lot to prove, a lot to live up to. So I know that, that's important to them. But SOCOM giving them everything that they can handle as well. So updating you on court number 2. 22-10 is our score. Marine Corps taking care of Army with about 5 minutes left in the third quarter.
Here we go. Third quarter. SOCOM with the push.
Harley Meagley with the ball. He dishes it off to Ann Knox. Back to Adam Fouts. SOCOM with a new starting 4, Pat. And here's Fouts.
Yeah.
And we've got a 10-second count in the key.
Navy doing such a good job at holding those corners.
Interesting that SOCOM went with 4 new starters in the second half. They didn't go with the 4 originals. But those 4 original played the majority of the first half. So they're probably understandably tired.
And there's what we would like to call the Cervantes sidewinder approach. That was spicy. Can they hold SOCOM off again? Great timing on the pinch. Cervantes putting out the calls, calling the play.
Here comes the collision. Cervantes with the back pass to Andrew Garcia, but he couldn't get in. No goal.
Love the effort that Cervantes is taking.
Great behind the back pass from Cervantes, and that went to Gomez, and Gomez couldn't go anywhere.
Loving that Showtime approach.
This is Harley Meagley.
Yeah.
So SOCOM cuts the lead, cuts their deficit to 2. SOCOM's not going anywhere, Pat.
Cervantes, again, controlling the pace, the metronome of this team so far. Wow!
Great pass to Aaron Gomez.
And you can feel the feist of Cervantes right now. He's definitely upped his game in this third quarter.
It's like he's taking the game over on his own here. And at the same time, getting everybody involved, if that makes sense.
And that's, you know what? And that's infectious. When you have a player that's doing that, everyone just kind of follows, stays in step. And
update from Court 2, Marine Corps leading Army 26-12. That's at the 3-minute mark of the third quarter. That was Harley Meagley for Team SOCOM. Cervantes looking for an opening, boxed out by Tony Smith.
Smith read that way ahead, was able to back block.
Smith and Fouts combined. Substitutions for Navy. We've got Levi Moore on the floor. Eric Cruz checks back in. That looks like Matthew Braccia checking in for the first time for SOCOM.
Some fresh arms, fresh perspective, fresh approach. SOCOM doing an incredible job. Still only 2 points separating.
Timeout, Gray. 75.
We've got a timeout on the floor by SOCOM. 4:49 to go here in the third quarter. Navy clinging to a 2-point lead over SOCOM.
That's not 7. That is
And I'm just continually becoming further and further impressed with SOCOM's ability to stall Navy's momentum. Navy will start getting a little forward movement, starting to work things out. You had Cervantes there coming in, a little bit more just intensity and upping the pace, but SOCOM's ability to just shut it down.
SOCOM is intense, Pat. You can see it even in the huddle. All eyes are on their coach, everybody paying attention. They want this game. And it's in their reach, obviously.
Either team's game at this point.
So after the timeout, we are back on the court. Big collision over on the court by Matthew Braccia. Tony Smith takes the inbound, and he heaves it ahead, and he's got a wide open Matthew Braccia.
No chance for Saska to catch up to that. That was perfectly timed pass.
And you know that was drawn up in the huddle. Outstanding execution.
And now it's a 1-point game, just like that.
Here's Navy. And Cervantes says, now, we're going to take that lead back again.
Man, did he hit the afterburners. Not sure
Tony
how he
Smith.
found.
Smith and Cervantes get tangled up here. And that looks like it might be a foul.
And based on the facial expression of Cervantes, I'm going to say he didn't like that call.
Probably not. Here's Cervantes. He's going to get a block by Eric Cruz. But he
Big
can't
pass
get in. He's
into
boxed
it.
out. Levi Moore.
Yeah. Just flexing his way through to that point.
Maybe back up by 3. You'll see Moore. Great work by Moore. And a great pass to Hamilton Cook by Matthew Braccia.
And those are the kinds of plays that SOCOM needs to stay in step with Navy. Still a 2-point game.
And you know, Navy has that ability to go on huge runs. So part of SOCOM's strategy is limit the runs. Don't let them get out to the 3-4 goal runs. Answer goals with goals. And just like that, Cervantes takes it back in.
Cervantes completely unchallenged on that point. Not sure what SOCOM was doing. Definitely not on the helm in the key.
Here's Pratchett, met up by Garcia.
Oh, little
And
huck and
pass
hope on
was-
that.
Yeah, that pass went over Cook's head, out of bounds. .220 to go in the third quarter. 3-point Navy lead.
Cervantes
Garcia.
again. And
Garcia and Smith collided inside the key. And it looks like Tony Smith's chair is going to need some attention.
shockingly been pretty lucky on blowouts on tires. Just the beatings, the collisions, the carnage that we're witnessing. Cervantes
looking for some hole in the middle and he can't find anything. That bounced off the chest of Levi Moore. Great defense by SOCOM. They're going to get the 10-second call, and they do.
Locked and wedged, nowhere to go.
Outstanding defense.
Trapping him.
Cervantes looking for an opening. Places with Gomez. And he's got just enough. He gets in.
He knows it's just a matter of time. If I keep moving, I keep redirecting. And gets it by inches.
Under a minute left. Navy with a 4-point advantage.
Starting to get that tip into a 4-point lead. Turn that into a 6. Can they make it an 8? Going into the last quarter. Roll it. Open ball.
Over on court 2 behind us, Pat, we've got the Marine Corps pulling away 29-13 over Army with about 40 seconds left in the third quarter. So good showing by the Marine Corps.
Totally different story on center court here. It's SOCOM.
And that's going to go out of bounds.
SOCOM showing the hunger, still keeping it a close game. Only 4 points separating these two teams.
25 seconds left, Navy pushing it up the floor. Looking to build on a 4-point lead. This is Cervantes. And they're trying to make some opening here on the right side. Here he comes, trying to follow a block by Levi Moore. And that was that was Andrew Garcia.
Garcia taking a page out of a very progressive approach, bunny hopping his way over the line, just showing that core strength. Able to get the chair and work the way over.
And that'll do it for quarter number 3 on court 1. Looks like Navy's going to go in with a 23-18 lead over SOCOM.
So it's interesting when you talk about the momentum. Navy was starting to get it in those early quarters, but it was really, I think, this last third quarter that we started to see their ability and how they can build on momentum. Cervantes really still manning the helm, controlling the tempo. I called him the metronome of the team, and it's great to see the other players staying in step with that. Really doing a great job at creating those openings for Cervantes.
You know, Pat, looking at the score throughout the entire quarter, it was as if SOCOM was getting close. Down by 2, down by 1. At one point, they tied the game, but they could never get over the hump. So we got to see what's going to happen here in quarter number 4. You don't want Navy to pull too far ahead because they got too many weapons on the bench. Let's go to courtside one more time with Lizzie Smith.
That is exactly right. I am here with Team Navy again. So much pride, so much excitement going on, and I've got Kai here. Kai, your dad's competing today, isn't he?
Yes.
How are you feeling about watching him today?
Good.
What do you want to say to him?
I'm so proud of you, Dad. Keep doing the good work.
I love that. I love that so much. Can we get a really big Go Navy from you for Dad?
Go Navy!
That's right, Go Navy. We have so much more exciting competition coming up for you guys to watch. I'm going to be hanging out with the best fans here in the business. But until then, we'll see you guys shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Thanks, Lizzie. We got about a couple of seconds here before the buzzer sounds to start quarter number 4, and Navy starting to flex their muscles a little bit here, Pat, increasing their advantage to 5 points.
And it's funny the difference between, you know, a 1 to 2 point lead. You flip that to 5. It really is at that point where you start to feel like, I think we have this. We definitely, they can build on that, get it to that 8, 10 point lead. That's where you start to run away with it. But it is by no means over. 10 minutes can tell a completely different story. Let's see what SOCOM has left in the tank. Here you have a team fresh off a previous game, a fresh Navy, and really starting to show the teeth and the hunger. As Cervantes, once again, controlling the pace, making the plays, making the calls.
SOCOM's going to have to get turnovers on the defensive end. You cannot go goal for goal with Navy.
Wow.
And Cervantes sneaks in around the left corner, and now your lead is 6.
And it's really interesting. I think they underestimate just his speed component, how quickly he can find those corner pockets.
Smith passes across. Josh Martin.
Yeah, Martin able to hang on to that thing just by a hangnail or just on that side of his elbow. Great save.
Third quarter came to a close behind us. Marine Corps with a 31-15 lead over Army.
Cervantes again enters into the flex zone. Wow.
Hamilton Cook takes it home.
So really keeping it at that 5-point difference. Cervantes with the ball again. Just if you're taking note, he has scored the last 5 points. Can he? Wow. wants it but can't get it.
So possession is going to go back to SOCOM. I got to tell you, Pat, Kayla Saska is unbelievable on defense. I mean, absolutely. Look at this. Yeah. Incredible.
Forward, backward, doesn't matter the direction.
The backcourt pressure on Jake Anthony.
Yeah.
They're not going to get over the line. They got to call a timeout.
Timeout. Great. 75.
And that's on Kayla Saska.
Yeah.
Unbelievable effort.
She's also done an amazing job at creating those scoring opportunities for Cervantes. The entire team, but particularly Saska, her ability to read and anticipate the defense of what they're doing and kind of draw them away and allowing those openings for Cervantes to score the last 5 goals.
She's the most unselfish player on that team
Yeah.
right now. Sets blocks, comes back on defense. Incredible.
Let's go, Brad. Let's go, Blue. Let's go. Timeout's over.
Bit of a rest, a re-rack. They are back at it.
So down by 5, SOCOM with the inbounds off the timeout. 7:45 to go here in the fourth quarter. Here's Tony Smith. Up ahead to Hamilton Cook. And Josh Martin. Nice work by Josh Martin. Nice work by everybody out of the timeout.
Martin
Well
really,
executed play.
Watch the pass, lets it bounce, knows he's right where he needs to be. One push and a glide for the point.
So that's a big turnover for SOCOM as they can cut the lead to 4 as we approach 7 minutes. This is Cook. To Smith.
Times that bounce pass perfectly. No, just off the side. No goal.
Jake Anthony not happy with the call.
It out. Big point. Every point at this point was 6.5 on the clock. SOCOM needs to deny Navy on these attempts. And
Garcia with a great pass. Don Calero.
Yeah. A 6-point game.
Well, Pat, a 4-point lead is so close to 0. A 6-point lead so close to 10. Here comes Jake Anthony, and it's a turnover.
Incredible steal.
Don Calero runs into Jake Anthony.
Yeah.
We're going to take a little time to reset. Here's Andrew Garcia, and he's got a lane. Back over to Calero. Count it.
And with that, a 7-point game, starting to build that momentum we were talking about with Navy. Really starting to find their flow.
And you can see the frustration in the faces of the SOCOM players, Pat. They're working hard. They're doing everything they can. Navy's just that good.
Well, and that last turnover, it was basically a robbery on the court. To be stripped away with a play like that where you had the fast break, you had the advantage, just takes a lot of the wind out of your sails.
And looked like it would have been a turnover, but I believe that's getting back to SOCOM, yes. This is Anthony. He's getting boxed in by Don Calero. Navy ball, 4:40 to go here in the fourth quarter. Navy up 28-22 on SOCOM.
Vital that SOCOM denies a couple of these assaults by Navy.
Valero with a nice block. Try to set a nice pick for Garcia. We've got a 10-second violation. SOCOM trying to get a substitution in before the whistle. And Knox makes her way onto the floor for SOCOM. She's a 4-sport, actually a 5-sport athlete in this year's Warrior Games. Knox will be competing in field events, swimming, track, and wheelchair basketball. Coming up later this week.
A lot of spinning plates. And just an incredible Renaissance approach to the Warrior Games. Really diving in deep. All varying disciplines.
Navy's bringing back Luis Cervantes to the floor. The floor general returns. He replaces Andrew Garcia, who did a heck of a job for Navy.
Lots of contact in the key. Cervantes sees a corner. Can he get around? And he does.
What a sweet move. Followed the block of Levi Moore and coasted in. Here's Smith with an outlet.
Lots of speed, gets the ball back.
Aaron Fouts.
Oh, what?
Cook can't handle it. And that's on Navy.
Yeah, feisty defense right there. Arms were everywhere. Entanglement.
That ball goes off the chair of Knox and out of bounds. That's going to be Navy possession. Travis Wyatt on the throw-in from Navy right in front of us.
Yeah, really pressuring Cervantes now.
This is Don Calero.
Oh.
And a double dribble.
39-22.
Just under 2 minutes to go, Pat. 7-point Navy lead.
Momentum's a funny thing. We knew how important this fourth quarter would be. SOCOM kept it a tight game the entire matchup.
And Tony Smith is forced out of bounds by Levi Moore. So that Navy defense, Pat, they're going to go all the way to the final buzzer. There's no hesitation on their end.
Cervantes taking his time, watching the clock, really calculating those openings. And loses the stone.
It looked like he had Travis Wyatt there in the key, but he couldn't get the ball to him. Here comes the backcourt trap by Navy. Nice work by Tony Smith to get free. And he's got Adam Fouts. And Fouts takes it home.
Yeah, and no chance for Cervantes. Was undermanned on the defense.
42 seconds remaining. The Navy with a 6-point lead. And the ball.
Calm, collected Cervantes knows I'm going to run this down. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, they don't even need to take a shot at the goals here. They can pretty much run out the clock. So a nice job by Navy, Pat. Really holding off a SOCOM. But you know what, Cervantes says, why not?
Let's make it an even 30. I like the sound of that.
We want our points. Remember, points matter in a tie-break situation. So I guess you want to score as many as you can, right?
Absolutely, but definitely playing it smart. It's safe to say what we've witnessed so far, Navy definitely going to be one of the contenders this year.
And we got a final over on court 2. The Marine Corps bounces back with a 37-22 victory over Army, so they improve to 1-1 in the brackets as this clock ticks down here on court 1, and Navy is going to come away with a 30-23 victory over SOCOM. A very, very strong performance by Navy. Not a high-scoring performance, Pat, but defensively they created a lot of opportunities.
And it's just that, the fact that it wasn't high-scoring, testament and hats off to SOCOM, able to keep Navy at a lower number. It wasn't really until late in the matchup that you saw Navy really start to find their flow, where Cervantes, you almost felt like he was that driving, that fire that got under everyone and started to kind of up the tempo, if you will, and really started to make those points. Was forcing him at a speed that was neck-breaking at times, where he scored 5 points in a row.
And that's a fair point. Every time SOCOM tried to make a run at it, tried to get back closer, it was Cervantes keeping Navy level and pushing that lead ahead. We're going to go check out some highlights from our second game of the day, Navy's victory over SOCOM, 30-23.
And SOCOM started off this game staying completely in step, but it was this type of maneuvers with Cervantes. The side-winding Cervantes really was able to find those connections. And speaking of connections, the contact in the key the whole time was intense from start to finish. Cervantes, once again, finding the pocket, rolling across, point after point. It's really what got this team confident to the point where they feel like they were going to run away with it.
Now we're going to see SOCOM many, many times in this tournament. This is a very, very talented team. They ran into a phenomenal program in Navy, but I think SOCOM is going to bounce back quickly, and they're going to be in the medal hunt easily.
Well, with anything, this game for SOCOM, a chance for some quick reflection and some readjustment. I expect them to come back reacclimated, re-racked, and refocused.
So our next game coming up after the break is going to be SOCOM versus Air Force. We'll see Air Force for the second time, and SOCOM as well. The 2023 Department of Defense Warrior Games Challenge at Naval Air Station North Island, San Diego, hosted by the U.S. Army, kicked off last night on the USS Midway. The 13th anniversary of the Warrior Games highlights the exceptional physical skills and mental toughness of our active duty and veteran service members. Let's take a look at how the festivities went down last night.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch, around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role. with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Go get a hold of yourself. The world's trying to tear you down. Looks like you're gonna need some help. A good job I'm around. I'll be bringing my all tonight. Nothing's gonna stop me now. This whole place is gonna be mine. I'm gonna run this town. Have you heard about me? I'm the man around here. I'm the mayor of this town, and I'm bringing the fear. What's she gonna do about it? What's she gonna say about me? And I know I talk so loudly. I'm the king of the West, yeah, I'm the king of the West. Don't even think about it. You better turn around now. You think you're strong, you doubt it. Yeah, I'm the king of the West, yeah, I'm the king of the West. You better keep quiet and still. You better not make a sound. I only go in for the kill. No, I don't mess around. What's she gonna do about it? What's she gonna say about me? And I know I talk so loudly. I'm the king of the West, yeah, I'm the king of the West. Don't even think about it. You better turn around now. You think fireflies in the sky, and they're coming down and hit the ground now. Run around, chase all my dreams. Will you come with me tonight? Be my firefly, my firefly, my firefly tonight. Come with me, give me a light.
We have seen so much action today here at Wheelchair Rugby, with even more coming up in the prelims of day one of the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge. But this morning actually kicked off with powerlifting. So much to see, so much action, so many incredible athletes and beautiful stories. We've got a highlight reel for you to check out here, so you can be sure you're catching up on all the action while you wait for the next round of Wheelchair Rugby to start. Check it out.
Welcome back to the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center here on Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego. This is prelim day one for Wheelchair Rugby. John Magrino along with Pat Parnell. We are back for our third game of the afternoon or the evening, depending upon where you are in the country. And our third game is going to feature SOCOM versus Air Force. Pat, SOCOM had a difficult game in their first match, or I should say they defeated the Marine Corps 38-18, but they lost the Navy in the second game.
Well, and we're going to just keep hammering this home. I mean, how much does SOCOM have in the tank? The resilience to go 3 games back to back. Just no chance for respite for this team. And I will say the fight that SOCOM just put up, it is definitely hopeful, and it's telling that they have the ability to challenge some of the better teams. So interesting to see how they're going to do in this third game, right back to back. So we'll have to see how much energy they can bring to the table.
So they're going to be taking on our number 1 seed, Air Force. We'll take a look at the scores so far. Air Force had their way with the Marine Corps 38-18 in our opening game, and this is just their second game, Pat. So they're going to be fairly well rested, and they're, again, the defending gold medal champions. They're going to be a force to contend with for SOCOM. This is a matchup of the number 1 seed versus number 3.
And I think the big one to watch is Air Force, right? I mean, in terms of being defending, you have the Marines Army game. So much to take in of what we just witnessed, and we're only in the early rounds here. Prelims day one of Wheelchair Rugby. But it's going to be interesting to see Air Force, Marines, Army. That Marines Army game, wow, what an incredible matchup.
And a great comeback for the Marine Corps, as you know. They had a tough loss in the opening game, and to bounce back and defeat Army to get themselves right back in the hunt really bodes well for them moving forward. This is going to be an interesting matchup. Navy is an incredible team, and we're going to be seeing them later. But Air Force right now, they pretty much had their way in the opening game. So we'll see how they do with SOCOM. SOCOM's going to be a little bit tired. You said this is their third game of the day so far, so that's going to be pretty difficult.
Not even sure how that's allowed. It's it's in the spirit of Warrior Games. I think all of these athletes are no stranger to pushing it to the ultimate edge, but it's a lot to ask to go back-to-back 3 games in a row.
So tip-off is coming up in under a minute. Air Force versus SOCOM here on court number 1. Court 2 behind us will feature Army versus Navy. Navy with a 1-0 record. Army has fallen in their first 2 matches of the day, so they've got their work cut out for them on court number 2. So Army's got to have a must-win versus Navy if you look at the standings.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious too, just your takeaways. You know, getting eyes on this much wheelchair rugby. What are some immediate takeaways of what you love about the game?
I love the physicality of it. I love the fact that you cannot be dominated by one player. If you have 4 players on the court, all 4 players have responsibilities. It's really unlike any other sport that I've seen. Yeah. Because if you have one person not doing their job, everything fails. Other sports, you can get away with something. Somebody can have an off play or whatnot. Not in this sport. Everybody has to be doing their job in order for things to work. And I think we've seen that with Air Force as well as Navy, and even SOCOM in their last match really put forth a good effort as well. You've got to look at how they do that at a production level. If everybody's doing what they're supposed to do, the plays are effective. Everything breaks down if you don't.
And we've seen some great matchups on teams. Sometimes male and female players of different levels, and it's that equal level playing field where you really have to be reliant, like you said, on the entire team. Really, for me, I'm really surprised at some of the finesse, how they're able to maneuver the wheelchairs and find those openings and the redirects. You know, the jibing. And I feel like I'm watching a wide receiver really just rip down the line, and just the speed and the intensity that they're able to kind of change direction and find those pockets and those opportunities for scoring is really, really blowing me away. I have to be honest.
Yeah, just really impressed with the athleticism and the skill level. So we're getting ready for the tip in just a couple of seconds. We'll have the starting lineups coming up for you shortly.
What's your name?
And here's the starting lineups for Air Force. Moses, Nebraska, who had a heck of a game in Air Force's previous victory. Colton Grimm, another fine player. Darryl Holly and Justin James, both outstanding players for Air Force. And for Team SOCOM, we have Jake Anthony, Josh Martin, Tony Smith, and Justin Radbill. And we are underway here at the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center. This is Game 3. Your officials for this contest are Kent Sullivan and Bob Doty. SOCOM gets it across the timeline. That's Roger Hopkins, but that's a turnover for Air Force, and here they come.
Oh! Incredible. Incredible pacing and passing right there from Air Force.
Colton Grimm to Carly James for the score. And here comes SOCOM, Roger Hopkins, and he ties the score at the 9-minute mark.
Yeah, so the question remains, which team is going to set the pace here? And it looks like Air Force is doing a job of that already.
This is Colton Grimm.
So a defensive foul there. Next offense, point awarded.
Moses, Nebraska. With a pass to Colton Grimm in the key.
Yeah, the Nebraska Grimm combo was working in the previous game where they got the win. Won't be surprised if they rely on that as well.
3-1 Air Force.
James challenging. Oh, stop. Right at
And
the line, but
Hopkins with a great pass. And that was to Jake Anthony. Hopkins got bottled up in the key, as you'll see right here, Pat.
just completely wedged, but then has the support. Perfectly timed pass.
This is Grimm.
Bit of a pile up.
We saw in Air Force's first game that Darryl Holly was typically bringing the ball up the court, but it's Grimm here against SOCOM. And Grimm maneuvering for position in front of the key, and he's trying to get around Tony Smith and can't, but it's Carly James.
James getting sneaky. Just sliding to the side. Out of sight, out of mind.
And sloppy play by SOCOM as that ball rolls out of bounds. It's going to go back to Air Force. Here's Darryl Holly. Nebraska fighting for position with Tony Smith in the key. Here's Holly trying to get behind Nebraska with a lob pass.
Oh, just hits it in reverse.
And that's
Slides
waved
through.
off.
Oh.
That's waved off. So good defensive play by Tony Smith in the key for SOCOM.
James and Nebraska putting the pressure on.
Smith gets it across center court. And he's got Roger Hopkins alone, but he doesn't. He takes it in himself.
Thought Holly had that for a hot second. He definitely was challenging, came in, got his hands on it. Able to hang on, still make the conversion.
Holly stood up by Smith to Nebraska. And he's met in the key by Jake Anthony.
Holly saying, let's regroup, let's rethink this.
SOCOM defense, very, very stingy. Holly's pass inside is deflected away.
Look at the speed of Holly.
And here's where you might capitalize on that. Everybody was coming back up court. But we've got a shot clock violation, so that ball's going to be over to SOCOM.
But notable mention, the Holly hustle, it's a thing. It is a thing.
Air Force leading 4-3 over SOCOM here in the first quarter. We've got a full timeout on the floor called by Air Force.
You have a timeout on blue, coach? Timeout.
So the number 3 ranked SOCOM taking on the number 1 ranked Air Force. And so far, that Air Force is not infallible. We know that.
No, but I will say this, SOCOM has really done a good job just cementing up in the key, really stopping the flow. You see a little frustration from Holly, you know, kind of yelling and trying to regroup the team a couple times, having to back off, take a second attempt. It's not easy for Air Force. I think they're a little probably surprised at this point with the team SOCOM that's on their third game that they're making it a little bit more difficult. And that's good for us as fans, as viewers. It's you know, you want a tight game. You want these teams challenging. You don't want these blowout games.
Over on court 2, Navy with a 6-2 lead over Army. Army trying to win their first game of the tournament. Back to court 1. SOCOM, trouble getting it over the timeline.
They're going to force that turnover.
That's not something SOCOM can afford against Air Force. And they're so good. Air Force is so good at forcing the turnovers, Pat. So SOCOM knows that going in. Nebraska having...
Holly! Gets it.
And they give it to him, yes, Daryl Holly.
Saw a chance on the corner pocket. Holly is fired up right now.
5-3 Air Force lead. And here's the pressure we talk about. Air Force so good at causing turnovers and helping their offense.
Here's another thing I anticipate, John, is I feel Air Force is going to start looking for those chinks in armor, the forced errors that they can get out of SOCOM and take advantage of that. They're really figuring the team out in real time as we watch them. So once they get to that point, I expect a different pacing out of Air Force.
SOCOM will inbound. Bounce pass to Roger Hopkins was intercepted by Carly James. And we've got a whistle. And possession awarded to SOCOM. This is Adam Fouts. Oh! And a major collision in the key.
Full Bataram carnage.
That's
just
that was
impact.
Yeah, that was Hamilton Cook
into
of
Nebraska there.
Yeah, and he went into Moses, Nebraska, right inside the key.
Nebraska a bit airborne. So we talk about contact in this game, and this is what we mean.
And you got to have a lot of force to upend Nebraska. He's a physical specimen there. He's strong.
If he was a model of wheelchair, he would be a Buick. We're talking old school Buick. Yeah. He's got the tonnage, the strength.
So Daryl Holly brings it up the court. And he's looking for an opening on the right side. What a phenomenal move by Daryl Holly. He looked like he had, he looked like he had Roger Hopkins thinking he was going to go one way and skated around. And in response, we have Ann Knox of SOCOM.
Yeah, Ann Knox answering that fake by Holly exactly how you want, with a straight, another fast break point for SOCOM. And you see how vocal Holly's being. He's really adamant that he's going to control.
And Colton Grimm just like that.
Yeah.
Got a couple of substitutions on the court now for SOCOM. Looks like Harley Meagley checks in, as well as Matthew Bracha. Bracha with possession, and he has it battered away by Carly James. And that's going to go out of bounds. Possession stays with SOCOM. Here's Meagley. Looking to go right down the middle.
Grim having a good laugh.
He's got a couple of chairs tangled up.
So a little wheel. Bring in the brand new wheel. Ask why they don't go tubeless. They do need the components that are on the wheelchairs. Going tubeless just doesn't work. They need that grip.
As you said earlier, they've got the efficiency of a NASCAR pit crew, though. I mean, those wheels get changed out. Pat, we have a updated score over on court number 2. Navy with an 11-3 lead after the first quarter. Navy looking for their second victory, Army for their first. Under a minute to go here in court number 1.
Oh, Nebraska. It's high.
Outstanding defense.
Yeah, sticky with those fingertips.
Let's take a look again and see where Nebraska's all over the place, Pat.
He's he's a defensive tree, like going Sequoia style, getting all touchy-feely with the ball.
33 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Air Force with a 7-4 lead. And a collision again in the key by Nebraska.
Constant pressure. Holly really trying to find something to work with. What?
Carly James with a nice pick. Here comes Harley.
Wow. Stripped away. Holly loses the ball.
Harley Meagley is out over, but that's going to be out of his reach, and we are out of time here in the first quarter, Pat. Air Force with a 7-4 lead over SOCOM. I'll tell you what, Air Force has got their hands full with SOCOM.
They do, but we started to see a harbinger of, I would say, things to come. As I anticipated, I think once they find out how to maneuver and to find those holes with SOCOM, I think they're going to start to be able to capitalize. They have the skill set and just the strength and the skill, the solid technical skill to take advantage how other teams cannot. So I anticipate I'd see Navy starting to kind of make that differential a little bit greater going into second quarter.
So Air Force, we've said it 1,000 times already, a very experienced team. They've got 2 players on their team. They've got Carly James and Justin James, both veterans from the 2022 games. SOCOM, none of their athletes participated in the games, but you wouldn't know it by the effort that SOCOM's putting in.
Air Force is just really impressing me at this point.
Let's go courtside once again with Lizzie Smith. She's got some incredible guests that she's going to introduce us to.
That is exactly right. I am hanging out here with Team SOCOM. It is their third game of the day, and it is so fun to watch them. Their fans are only growing. I've got Autumn and Josie here, and both of their dads are competing on Team SOCOM today. Autumn, what's it like watching your dad out there?
It's very exciting. I'm very happy that he's out there.
That's so cool. And you said you practiced with him a little bit, right?
Yes, he totally denominated me.
Well, hopefully he does that to the teams today, right?
Exactly.
Awesome. And Josie, what's it like watching your dad out there?
It's really fun.
Yeah? Do you think you're going to be a wheelchair rugby player one day?
No.
Maybe. We'll see. We are having so much fun out here, so much more competition to check out, but Team SOCOM has some incredible fans. Can we get loud, Team SOCOM? We are having so much fun out here. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Lizzie. Daryl Holly takes it in around the left side for Air Force as they are doubling up SOCOM 8-4.
Lots of pressure by James there.
Jake Anthony getting
and we got a wheel
pressure
off.
by.
That's what you call freewheeling right there. So it's really impressive.
Adam Fouts getting the repair.
But the abuse, it's just they're rolling tanks are just so incredibly fortified, and yet it's testament to how hard these hits, these connections.
And I love the sound. Like, I can hear it through my headset. I wish I wasn't wearing a headset that I could actually hear it even in full Dolby.
It's demolition derby, but with the finesse of ice hockey.
And a steal by Holly.
Oh, Holly.
And he's going to take it home.
Stopping Holly. Wow.
And you notice no celebration, right? Daryl Holly's all business.
No, he is eyes of steel right now. It's that Holly hustle I talked about. Once he gets going, no one is going to stop him.
SOCOM being pressured intensely in the backcourt. They got to get it over the line, and they do. Tony Smith to Anthony. Anthony looking for a block.
Oh, no. James is there.
Harley James again. Daryl Holly says, how do you do?
He's like, hey, neighbor. What are you doing over here in the corner?
Holly trying to get everybody up. Relentless defense. Here's Tony Smith.
Yeah. And Air Force just not giving anything, not an inch. And this is where you'll start to see Air Force start to build a denial, conversion, denial, conversion.
I'm not trying to prophesize, but this is also one of those situations where you might get a goal and okay, you think you're on a run here, but then Air Force comes back with 2.
Yeah. Oh!
Here's Holly.
Holly with Nebraska up and over Indo. It almost went over the front end on that. Some solid defense with the pick and the screen.
Holly, pure class on the court. We got a timeout called by SOCOM at the 7:14 mark. Air Force with a 10-4 lead. Back behind us on court number 2, Navy with a 14-4 lead over Army. So Navy looking to pick up their second victory of the day. SOCOM with a 1-1 record. Air Force 1-0. So we've got cycling all day tomorrow, Pat. You and I will not be here up until Monday, but you covered powerlifting this morning. How did that go for you?
It was unbelievable. When you talk about the energy, you try to explain it to people. When you're covering powerlifting, there's so much electricity and adrenaline in the room. It's infectious. You have 3 flights, 3 competitive lifts that each competitor gets, and you have the team component, but it's that personal best that they're trying to set for themselves. I mean, we saw someone jump up 30 kilos on the last lift and get it. I mean, that's a massive jump. So it was a good way to kick off the games and really set the tone for the spirit of these games. One of the things they talk about is challenge, something needing great mental or physical effort in order to be done successfully. That's what we witnessed this morning with powerlifting.
Great competition, and right back here too on the court as Air Force extends their lead to 11-4. Colton Grimm with another try. This is Isaiah Stanley. And Knox. And it's out of bounds. Here's Stanley. Pressured by Holly. Nice move. Stanley looking for an entrance, and he dishes it to Roger Hopkins.
No!
He lost the ball.
Stripped out by Grimm, it looked like. Defensively, completely clutch. Watch this. This was supposed to be a point. Grimm said, nope, not today.
That's commitment to defense. Officials coming over to check the clock. 10-minute running clocks per quarter here in the preliminary rounds. Here's Hopkins for SOCOM, pressured by Holly. Inside to Smith. And a nice dish.
Yeah.
Good pass.
Big point for SOCOM, not letting the gap get too big between them and Air Force.
Didn't even see Ann Knox right there in the key, and great play by SOCOM.
The Grimm Holly combo. Oh, at the behind the back pass by Grimm. Loving that approach.
So it looked like there might have been a defensive penalty there in the key that the point was awarded for. This is Isaiah Stanley. He's met by Colton Grimm. And a nice score by Josh Martin. Holly will bring it up the floor. Got a substitution for Air Force. That's Jocelyn Arevalo. And a good little dish to Colton Grimm, and he just rolls it right through.
Grimm just has an amazing knack of knowing where to be on that baseline of the key. Just gets those transfer passes, making it look way too easy.
Grimm is a sixth sport athlete here at the Warrior Games. He'll be competing in cycling tomorrow.
Another lucky bounce for SOCOM.
Good point for Ann Knox. SOCOM hanging around, 13-7 with 3:30 to go in the first half.
If SOCOM has any chance, they're going to have to start upping the denials here. But with Holly and his relentless approach, no, just not high enough.
But that pass was intercepted by Martin.
Vital that they make the conversion on this.
And it's out of bounds. Isaiah Stanley looked to make the pass and just a little too far.
And not making the point. When you get those, those defensive denials, you need to turn that into a point or it's all for naught.
Got to capitalize on it. You watch how Holly and Grimm play like a blocker and a running back, each one of them following each other.
There is a beautiful flowetry with Holly and Grimm, the way that they work in time when they find, especially I think on the midfield conversions where they come in with a little speed. That has to be my favorite so far.
They've reached halftime over on court 2. Navy doubling up Army 18-9.
Hanging on to it. Oh, just couldn't get to it. Holly wanted it. Coming in hot and fierce.
Matthew Braccia checks back in for SOCOM. He's going to take his presence right in the lane for the King. Bigley looking for a pass, but Holly's all over him. 20 seconds on the clock. Oh, Braccia in the key. He's got Hopkins if he can get him the ball.
No. Just a little too much heat, a little bounce.
So a costly turnover by SOCOM as we approach the 1 minute mark here in the first half.
Holly's not having it. He wants to see more points on the board. You can see it.
Here's
Wow.
Holly. And he gets boxed out by Knox. And he's trying to reach over. He's got to get 2 wheels over.
Yeah. So a penalty call on that, so getting the point by virtue of the penalty. Thought Holly had that. I mean, that's that signature, that fast turning approach.
And there's
Turn
another
on a
turnover.
dime.
Another turnover by SOCOM is going to give Air Force possession deep in deep in SOCOM territory. And we got a timeout on the floor called by Air Force. So what really strikes me as most glaring, Pat, is the defensive intensity. It's a 14-7 game. That's not something I would have predicted.
Maybe a slight more advantage for Air Force, a couple more points on the board, but I will say they're starting to find the holes, and I think they're wearing down SOCOM. I think SOCOM is showing a little bit of fatigue at this point, and what I'm loving is the feistiness of Holly. There's a hunger there. You can see it. He just, when we're not getting those points, he's coming back, and he's the fastest one. He's the first one back down. So I think it's definitely shifting, and it's looking good for Air Force. SOCOM, not sure. They just, like I said, when they get those denials on the defense, and they need to convert that into a point. If they're not going to do that, there's just no chance for SOCOM.
And to your point, you establish an offensive rhythm based upon your defense. So when they're getting turnovers and they can't convert on them, or then they turn the ball over, you cannot get into any flow. And Air Force doesn't necessarily have that issue yet. Again, a lot of wheelchair rugby to play. We've got an entire half coming up, so SOCOM can figure it out. But they drew the short end of the scheduling straw with 3 games, or the first 3 games. So we'll see how they can handle Air Force's pressure moving forward.
Not the luckiest draw. But they're definitely staying in step. They just need to really start getting those points when they have the opportunity.
We've got a whistle.
We have 44 on the game clock. We have 40 on the shot clock. Stop the clock.
So there was a shot clock issue. The game clock, there should have been 44 seconds on the game clock, 40 seconds on the shot clock, but the shot clock was never turned on. So officials are sorting it out right now.
Is that a math problem? Now I'm confused. Trains traveling at this speed, it's going to arrive at...
I always found it was best for me to leave those questions blank and come back to them. The problem is I never came back to them.
Yeah.
Now, if you want me to conjugate a verb, Pat, I'm your guy.
Yeah, oh yeah. The old adage of the procrastinating mathematician. Didn't do that well in life.
So here we go. Holly in possession, 15 seconds on the game clock. Air Force looking to add to a 14-7 lead. Makes a turn, but he's bottled up.
No, and then once
Colton
again,
Grimm.
The Holly Grimm combo. Ask for it by name, you'll be glad you did. And they've got this language.
And time winds down here in the first half on court 1. Air Force with a 15-7 lead over SOCOM.
Well, I'm loving what I'm seeing. Holly re-energized, I think even more so than the first game. And he realizes the points how many points you get on the board, it does matter in terms of, moving forward in tie-break situations. But there's a hunger there that I think puts Holly in a different category. And that, when you have a player like that, sometimes it has that infectious effect on the rest of the team, and he's really kind of setting the tone and the pace, and everyone's following suit. And then that Holly Grimm combo, it doesn't get any better.
I am very impressed with SOCOM with Ann Knox. Ann Knox's defensive intensity has been incredible so far. Her, Jake Anthony, Adam Fouts, Tony Smith, of course, and Isaiah Stanley. It could be a lot worse. SoCom's defensive intensity has kept them this within reach.
They were doing such a good job, especially in that first quarter, and I just started to see Air Force starting to kind of figure out the pacing and the holes. They've gotten a few, but not a lot. So that is, hats off and testament to SoCom's ability to play three games in a row and do it at a pace that few wheelchair rugby players could do.
We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with some more highlights from the first half, but here's a few messages.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Back to the Vice Admiral Fitness Center here at Naval Air Station, North Island in San Diego. Here's some first half highlights. Air Force with a 15-7 lead over SOCOM. Good first half by Colton Grimm, both offensively and defensively, Pat.
Yeah, Grimm, like I said, has this ability to know where to be on that baseline in the key. James getting the point there, but it's really been Holly, his uncanny ability to move that chair so quickly and redirect, really sending a lot of defenders into tailspins. Very, very difficult to stay on step with Holly. DeBrasco with the big pass over to Grimm. And once again, Grimm exactly where he needs to be on the baseline in that key, getting those two wheels across and getting the point. And again,
he's been everywhere.
But he's that subtle player, almost in a John Stockton kind of way. He just kind of, he stays innocuous, and that's exactly how you want to be. So you're not taking all the attention, but you always seem to be there and doing what you need to get done.
Solid first half for Air Force. Let's head back to the sideline and talk with Lizzie Smith.
That is right. I am here with some amazing Air Force fans. We have Vincent and Titan. Titan's dad is competing, having such a blast watching him out here cheer his dad on. But Vincent, you are here. You are in Ultimate Warrior. You are competing in all of the individual sports as well as 2 team sports, but you're still making time to come here and be an Ultimate fan. What's it like watching Team Air Force out there?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, most of all, it's most important to come out here to support the team because that's what it's all about. We're all here recovering. We're all here trying to get better. We're all here trying to do our best, and the best way to come out is just to cheer on everybody that's coming to compete because I would want them to do the same for me. So.
That's huge, and you can definitely tell Vincent is a huge fan. He's leading us here in all of our chants. We've got the flags representing Team Air Force. Which competitions are you most excited to compete in, Vincent?
For the individuals, archery. I love archery, so I'm excited about archery. It's anybody's game when it comes down to it, when that day comes, but the team sport, sitting volleyball. It took me a long time to make that team, but I'm so excited to be a part of it with his dad, and we're going to go out there and have some fun.
Awesome. Well, we're excited to watch you compete throughout the next 10 days of competition. Back to you guys.
Back courtside as we get ready to start second half action. Top-ranked Air Force with a 15-7 lead over third-seeded SOCOM. Air Force making their way back onto the court. SOCOM with a little bit longer of a timeout, trying to get their strategy set. Hopefully, they can cut into this deficit a little bit. You know, Pat, we talked about SOCOM has got to capitalize on the turnovers that Air Force has. They don't come very often, so if you don't capitalize on them, it's only going to cost you later on.
Well, taking full advantage of that longer timeout, as we mentioned earlier. Their third game in a row, SOCOM showing a little fatigue, but nonetheless still focused on getting the job done against defending champs.
I'm not so sure that Tony Smith of SOCOM has been out of the game at all in any of the 3 games that he's played.
I think you're right. We'd have to, which is a staggering stat.
Hamilton Cook with a big collision.
Oh, Holly able to get a hand on it, grabs it, and he's off. We talk about, wow, the Holly hustle. Check it, it's trending. Hashtag Holly hustle, it's now trending. Wow.
Air Force turning up the pressure in the backcourt. Bounce pass to Hamilton Cook. To Stanley.
Yeah.
He's got Nebraska and Holly bottling him up, and back to the top for Smith. Bounce pass to Stanley.
And Stanley
he takes
just
it in.
Yeah, just wearing them down. Had a little bit of a tangle mid-court. Now Holly. Watch how he slows it down. Sending out the plays.
Cuts on a dime, right?
Yeah, it's just the maneuvering. Couldn't get the connection with Grimm.
Intercepted by Hopkins, and he makes his way up the left side.
But look who's there, Holly. First one back.
And Grimm, too,
First one
right?
up. Yeah.
Grimm and Holly, defensive stalwarts. Here's Smith.
Finds a little pocket there. Just 7 points separating these two teams.
16-9, Air Force with the lead.
Can he find it? Oh!
Did he get in?
Yeah, he got in. I'm retiring being shocked and awed.
Daryl Holly, just an unbelievable competitor. And there he is on the defensive pressure with the collision into Jake Anthony, but it's a two-on-one breakaway. Tony Smith, and he gets in on the right corner.
Yeah, the only one there was Grimm, and Smith just kind of had a smile on his face, saying, "I'm gonna coast this one in." Looks like he might be calling himself out though for a sub. Talking about how long he's been in.
Here's Holly.
No.
Looking for some room, and he's got it. He's only got Hopkins in the key on the right side, but he's chewing up some clock here. Here's the acceleration.
Now coming in with some heat.
He's bottled up by Holly.
Anyone?
Or Hopkins, rather. And a timeout for Air Force.
Yeah, you see a little, just visibly.
Yeah, he might have taken a shot to the head.
Oh yeah, a little facial disgraceful right there. But
that's not stopping him. Yeah,
it's gonna take way more than that.
That's
to
only going to motivate him.
Put a wrinkle in Holly's step. No way. Take way more.
Take a look over to court one, where Navy is leading Army 27-14 in the closing seconds of the third quarter.
That's a score's getting up there, point-wise.
Navy looking to pick up their second victory of the day. SOCOM breaks the huddle here on court one. Air Force making their way out as well. Holly looks ready to go, leading his team, 17-10 Air Force. At the end of three quarters on court two, it's Navy 27 and Army 15.
There we go, once again.
Holly with a great pass over to Colton Grimm.
Wow. Oh! Hangs on, almost got tipped.
How about
by
Roger
Holly.
Hopkins?
Yeah.
Justin James and Daryl Holly crossing the timeline for Air Force. Air Force content to milk the clock. It's only a 6-point lead, though. Nebraska posting up. Holly's
Looking
got
for
nowhere to go.
Somebody back to Grimm.
So 8 seconds to run. Here we
That's
go.
off.
Grimm.
Oh, what? Grimm. Getting sinuous.
Take a look
Watch.
at that once again, Pat.
Yeah.
Outstanding turn by Colton Grimm.
Posting up and making turns like Michaela Schifrin. Wow.
Here's Dick Anthony for SOCOM. He runs into Daryl Holly. Hopkins trying to fend off Justin James. He gets the outlet. Here's Hopkins. He runs into Grimm. Dishes it off to Jake Anthony, and he takes it in for the score.
Wasn't pretty, but man, they really manhandled that point.
It was patient, though, right? It was patient. They worked the play.
Yeah.
18-12 Air Force. This is Grimm. He runs into Hopkins. Pressured by Anthony. Holly looking to post up inside. Grimm's got nowhere to go, but now he does. And he dishes it off to a great score for Moses Nebraska.
Yeah, Nebraska with that deft touch, getting the hands up high. And this was genius. Grimm drawing everyone over and then leaving the door wide open for Nebraska.
And here's Roger Hopkins taking it in for the try. That came from Ann Knox. Nice play by SOCOM.
Hopkins just glided through on that.
Timeout Air Force. 3:21 left to go here in the third quarter, and Air Force clinging to a 6-point lead.
6 points for SOCOM to dig back up. 3.5 on the clock. It's a tall order. If you look at the rhythm that Air Force is in right now, it's, tall order.
I'm really impressed with the way Colton Grimm doesn't have to look around the court. He knows where everybody is.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Comes down right by the key. No look pass. He's got great peripheral vision, and that helps you, especially on offense, because the defense can't track where you're looking to go.
I do get a little bit of a Jedi vibe from Grimm. He's got that Jedi vibe. Could be the mustache. I don't know, but there's something.
It plays. His mustache plays.
Yeah, 100%.
Carly James will inbound it for Air Force. Colton Grimm, a 6-sport athlete here in the Warrior Games, in possession. Looking to get in on the right side, off a block by James.
Yeah, James was trying to hit it in reverse.
Right, but he was stuffed by Isaiah Staley. Staley pushing it across the timeline. He's chased out there by Grimm. And he's got Hopkins.
Just too much hot sauce on the ball.
And that's what we're talking about, Pat. SOCOM has got to be able to capitalize on those potentially easy goals, and they haven't been able to do so.
You need to knock it down to 6, down to 5, and then before you know it, you have a 4-point game. But yeah, they just need to change those conversions, the consistency.
Grimm sliding it along the right side. Now he's looking to go down the middle behind Hopkins, and Hopkins boxes him out along with Jake Anthony. James setting the block.
Nope, denied again.
Great defensive play by Jake Anthony. Have we got a timeout?
So interesting too, SOCOM kind of forcing Air Force's hand, being really tactical here with the timeouts. There's been a couple plays like that where Air Force has been denied, not once, not twice, 3 times, and it's great to see from SOCOM. They're on some of the plays, they really have U.S. Air Force figured out.
Let's check over to court number 2. Good look on court 2, where the Marine Corps is leading Navy. Is leading Army 29-18. About 7 minutes to go in that contest. Navy looks like they've got things under control. Army in danger of dropping to 0-3. Navy looking to improve to 2-0, staying undefeated as they await their face-off with Air Force coming up. 1:47 to go here on court number 1. Air Force with a fairly comfortable 7-point lead over SOCOM. In possession. This is Colton Grimm. Uncontested.
Wow.
That's not something SOCOM can afford.
No, and I was really surprised how much, just an acreage of opening right there.
Staley met
Hard.
by Nebraska.
Wow,
Smith
hard hit.
back to Staley. Staley's got Hopkins across court, and he's going to take it in. Roger Hopkins.
Hopkins really starting to find his rhythm.
We didn't see Hopkins play much in the first game that we called with SOCOM, but he's made his presence felt here in SOCOM's third. Colton Grimm.
Nebraska not afraid to make contact, I'm just going to say.
Not at all. Grimm has very little room to operate. As you see Carly James set a pick off of Roger Hopkins, and now we got a tangle in the key. And it looks like a jump ball, and it's going to be possession will stay with Air Force. Good defensive effort by SOCOM.
Oh.
And there's a steal by Hopkins. He's trying to get free.
Oh, Nebraska perfectly times the block.
But he got it to Tony Smith.
Yeah.
Tony Smith snuck in around the left side, and that's a big score for SOCOM.
Very big. Moving that deficit closer and closer. Now they get a denial, and then answer back. Got a 5-point game.
Here's Grimm. Runs into a wall. Tony Smith, Isaiah Staley, and it's broken up and intercepted by Smith as time expires here in quarter number 3.
Got a little hopeful there.
So 3/4 of the way through our contest. Air Force with a 21-15 lead over SOCOM. Air Force, the top seed in the tournament, coming into this game with a record of 1-0. They knocked off the Marine Corps in their first game, and they're in a comfortable position here in their second. SOCOM still in the chase, though, down by 6. They can make a run at it with a 1-1 record, having defeated Army and falling to Navy in their last game. So in quarter number 4, Pat, you have to believe that SOCOM's got to be a little bit tired. They haven't had a break.
I know, I can see it. I'm 100% amazed. They're playing at the level they're playing 3 games in at this point. However, just what I just witnessed, just before we ended third quarter, I was starting to see a little bit of that kind of upped ante of fever and want from SoCo.
Well, SOCOM has that spark, right? They defensively, they're intense on defense. Just gotta convert the turnovers. Gotta make Air Force pay for whatever mistakes that they get. And once again, they're few and far between. But you gotta make them pay for it.
But we really were starting to see SOCOM on the defense side really start to force. You saw Grimm getting frustrated back and forth, forced to call a timeout. We saw it more than once. If they can continue that and then answer back, when they get the turnovers, they need to convert that. Then we're going to see a tight game here.
And SOCOM's doing a great job bottling up the middle. Remember back earlier, you would have Holly and Grimm basically just roll in uncontested for a couple of scores. That hasn't happened, at least in the last quarter. So SOCOM's figured things out defensively. The game is still well within reach. Looking up and down SOCOM's roster, Pat, they've got a number of guys competing in cycling tomorrow. They got Bracia, Josh Martin, Justin Radbill, Tony Smith, all competing in cycling. Harley Meagley.
A lot of those names, too, also in powerlifting this morning.
Incredible. Here's Staley. Trying to get around Holly in the block by Tony Smith. Holly's relentless. What great pursuit.
Staying right on. Incredible defense.
And Smith got the ball in the key, and he moves it in for the score. Good work by SOCOM. Very patient.
Beautiful turn and pivot to get the point.
21-16. Air Force with the lead. Here's Darryl Holly. He gets a great block by Carly James, and he goes in right around the left corner. Excellent execution.
James just throwing up the smoke screen, allowing Holly to glide by in that corner.
Carly James is not going to show up a lot in the scoring column, but she's doing everything to help everybody else. Unbelievable. Tony Smith seems to be a little upset with Carly James as he rams into her on the side. He knows.
He's, it's not personal, but yeah, a little upset.
Smith calling for the ball. Staley. What a play by Carly James.
Man,
we got to take a look at that one more time. Take a look at this, Pat.
Super stretch Armstrong. Watch the hand up in the air. Denial. You check. No good here. Bounce it.
Just incredible reaction time by Carly James. It looked like it was a shot clock violation there for SOCOM. So Air Force will take possession. Carly James played in last year's competition down in Orlando. A gold medal winning squad.
Just watch it. Nebraska comes in. Just comes in so hot. Not afraid to.
That was a great defensive play right there by Isaiah Staley. It looked like Holly was going to be able to sneak in around the right cone, but Staley reached in and knocked it out. Air Force keeps possession, but he prevented a goal. Excellent play. This is Colton Grimm. 15 seconds on the clock. Holly trying to box in Staley.
Oh!
And that's a key turnover for Jake Anthony. SOCOM has got to make him pay.
Watch what they do with this. Will they seize on the opportunity? A little loose on the passing. There we go.
Tony Smith takes it home. We got a ball game, Pat.
Yep, 5 points now, 5 points. If SOCOM can stay on this pace, they will have a chance to take down the defending champs.
SOCOM cuts their deficit to 5. We got a final score over on court 2 where Navy beats Army 34-24. Navy improves to 2-0. Army drops to 0-3. Here's Daryl Holly. And he slides around a great pick by Carly James again.
Did you see the fortitude, just the tenacity of James holding her ground there?
This is Jake Anthony for SOCOM, pressured by Daryl Holly. Looking for an outlet. Holly with the reach in, and they're gonna call a penalty, a defensive penalty, and they're gonna call, and that's gonna be a point for SOCOM.
Wow. Okay.
So a 5-point lead for Air Force. Daryl Holly and Colton Grimm. And Holly tries to get in, but he is bottled up. That's Matthew Braccia, number 83, preventing a goal. 20 seconds to shoot. Nebraska with the hard entrance, and Holly takes it home. Nice work by Nebraska, setting up Holly.
How did he find the hole in that Tetris maze?
So the lead's back to 6. SOCOM trying to take Daryl Holly out of the defensive scheme. But he's everywhere. This is Anthony. Pressured by Holly. Back to Harley Meegley.
Big point here. Very pivotal.
Here comes Meegley. Looking for a block by Anthony, and it's knocked away by Colton Grimm.
That was huge. You look at 4 on the clock, and they were just starting to tick. They were getting that momentum, keeping it a 5-point game. If they could move it into 4 in 3-point range, then it's in striking distance.
5 seconds on the clock. Meegley to Anthony. To Ann Knox, and that's a shot clock violation.
Yeah.
Great defensive effort once again by Nebraska and James. Carly James.
And so this is the one, Holly, I said, how did he work his way playing a game of Tetris? Oh, when he turns on that afterburner, there's just no stopping him.
And here he goes again, right in, untouched, around the right side, off a block by Colton Grimm. Daryl Holly turning it up here in the 4th quarter.
I think it's safe to say Holly didn't like the way that 5-point game sounded to him.
He's a rally killer.
He wants a little more padding.
This is Ann Knox. We got a whistle. Substitution for SOCOM. Adam Fouts checks back in. SOCOM only has 3 players on the court at this time. As Braccia's chair gets adjusted.
Wait. Oh, yeah.
and Knox makes her way back out. She collides with Colton Grimm. Here's Braccia. Got nowhere to go. looking to get around the left side. He tosses it over to Knox. She's got it, and she takes it home. Nice job by Ann Knox.
And Knox getting a little nudge, a little help from the team.
6-point game. Air Force in possession. 2.5 minutes to go. Good job by Nebraska. There's the block by Carly James. SOCOM putting pressure on Adam Fouts.
Wow.
Easy pass from Daryl Holly to Moses. Nebraska for the score.
Floats the boat perfectly. Nebraska right in position, making it look effortless.
We're under 2 minutes. The lead is back to 7. SOCOM needs a rally. Here's Ann Knox. And a hard hit by Nebraska. Roger dishes it to Knox. She's trying to get through, and she does.
Chin down on the ball. Eyes on the prize. And just pushes her way through, getting both wheels across.
26-20. Air Force with the ball, up 6 with 1:20 to go. Daryl Holly. Air Force in no hurry. They got 20 seconds. They might burn all 20 seconds, Pat. Spreading the floor. 10 to go. Here comes Holly. Trying to go around James, and he dishes it to Nebraska.
Yeah.
And he takes it in. How do you stop that?
Yeah, smart player. You know, Nebraska was there waiting. Holly knew what he was up against. Found the one and only opportunity right there.
And SOCOM throws it away, and we've got 42 seconds left. Air Force by 7, and SOCOM's going to burn a timeout.
And I love how there's only 42 left on the clock, and Prim and Holly are still conspiring. What can we do?
They're not satisfied. No, they're not satisfied.
Yeah.
So 27-20. Air Force with a comfortable lead here with only 42 seconds left. They look like they're going to improve to 2-0. SOCOM, unless we have some sort of miracle, will fall to 1-2.
There's, no miracle. 7 points in 42 seconds. That is some fast wheelchair rugby.
Coming up next here on Court 1, it'll be Marine Corps, the 5th-seeded team, taking on 2nd-seeded Navy. That's coming up following this game. That'll be the last match of the preliminary rounds on day 1. So Marine Corps needs to get something together. Marine Corps, they've got one. I believe they're 1-1 so far in the tournament. Got a tall order as they take on Navy.
I'm looking forward to that last matchup. I think it's a good way to finish off our first day of wheelchair rugby. First day of the Warrior Games, too.
One of the best competitions I've ever worked. Unbelievable. I had the pleasure and the privilege of working it back in 2018, and it was just an incredible experience. I've never forgotten it, and I'm so happy to be back here.
You got some of the best seats in the house. Look at that.
I also have a great partner.
I wasn't fishing, but I'll take it.
No, but I'm giving it to you anyway. I'm giving it to you.
Well, I thought you were talking about Lizzie. Okay.
So we got a whistle on the floor. 14.4 seconds remaining here in the fourth quarter. SOCOM will take it in. Jake Anthony. Daryl Holly with a swipe at it. He doesn't give up.
Still feisty with just 6 on the clock.
Here's Isaiah Staley, and he dishes it to Tony Smith, but it's intercepted by Grimm again, and that will do it. We got zeros on the clock. Your final score. Air Force stays undefeated with a 27-20 victory over SOCOM.
Riding the blue wave, defending champs, back-to-back wins here today. And hoping that is going to keep them moving forward when we resume wheelchair rugby. One more game to go in today's matchups.
I tell you, a great defensive effort by SOCOM. Air Force, a potent offense. We saw it in their previous game. SOCOM came out. They played incredibly tenacious defense. And I hate to continue to go back to it, but the failure to capitalize on the easy goals. But in all fairness, Air Force doesn't allow them to get easy goals, right?
There's that, but there were a handful of forced errors and missed opportunities.
Let's take a look at the highlights here, Pat.
But like you said, when you have passing like this, James just gliding in for that point. And then, once again, Grimm always right where he needs to be. And then Holly just the speed that he can redirect.
Those
so
turns.
hard to stay in step.
And you
Holly
see that
hustle.
And you see that Air Force offense working so cohesively. Everybody knows what their role is.
Yeah. And it's opportunities like this. And what? The speed. One push, two push, and he's off. There's no catching Holly.
I think it's clear when you watch this sport, unselfish play is critical to success. Look at Carly James.
And that was the one, James, I talked about the fortitude. She was holding on, getting pushed. She wasn't going to give up. And as a result, it allowed Holly to come in and get that point. So I'll say this. SOCOM definitely should hold their heads up high. I mean, Air Force came in so hot and heavy on that. You could see how they just steadily were increasing the tempo. They didn't like the resistance they were getting, and eventually they started to find the holes with SOCOM, and I believe SOCOM started to show the fatigue.
And that's the thing, too. I mean, SOCOM would make some gains, but Air Force, again, they're so quick to shut down any rally. You just don't, and that's frustrating. If you're behind by 4, 5, 6 points, and you feel like, all right, this is our push, now let's get a roll. There's Daryl Holly. There's you name a player, Carly James, Nebraska, all these guys and all these players absolutely just shutting the door on any type of rally. That gets frustrating, and it's got to wear on you at some point.
It's going to get heated. We can say that for sure. Yes, because we're just in the preliminary rounds. Each game is going to matter that much more as we inch closer to getting to our gold, silver, and bronze medalist.
So we got one more game to come in today's broadcast. It's going to be Marine Corps versus Navy. We're going to toss it right back down courtside and talk to Lizzie Smith. Lizzie, what do you got?
That's exactly right. What's going on, guys? It has been such a huge day of competition here. Team SOCOM, 3 games in a row. We saw quite a fight there at the end, but unfortunately just could not pull that one out of the bag. But they're huddling right in front of me. I can see their smiles on their faces, their heads held high, and we have so much in store from Team SOCOM, I can just tell. But until then, make sure you are tuning in. We have 1 game left of day 1 of the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge. Stay exactly where you are and check out this message from Army.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
because we are love. Music, we in this house. They call it house, but it's a love house, y'all. Because we are love. Music, we in this house. They call it house, but it's a love house, y'all.
Welcome back. I am here with Adriel Mares, the head coach of Team SOCOM for wheelchair rugby. We just saw 3 incredible games from Team SOCOM. Quite a bit of action there at the end. Adriel, how are you feeling?
Pretty good. Those are 3 solid games that our guys had to have back to back to back. Couldn't be more proud of them. That was a tough one to have 3 games back to back to back. It was a lot to ask of them, but I knew they were going to come out and perform, and they did exactly what I wanted to. Everything we've worked on at camp and trials, executed perfectly. There's room for improvement, so I'm excited to what we have. Looking forward to it.
That's huge. Now, where do we go from here?
From here, it's a team meeting, going over some essential things that we need to execute, and then hopefully kick it from there, and then just take the guys and as we have it and just execute. That's all we want to do is execute.
I love it. I had the opportunity to talk to some amazing fans out there, so I know you've got a huge crowd of supporters. You feeling the energy?
We are feeling the energy in the stands. Even when it gets quiet, it's not quiet. It's loud. It's loud all the time. I'm just super excited for this program, where it's going. I want to see it grow. I want to see our athletes here next year, hopefully the year after that. We just want to see it grow. I want to see our athletes compete, not even in team sports, but in individual sports, because I know a lot of these guys have individual sports they're getting to. So excited to see them execute and just win.
That's huge, and we are hoping the exact same for longevity for SOCOM, for success for SOCOM, so can't wait to continue watching you guys in the competition. John, Pat, what did you think of those last few games from Team SOCOM out here?
Thanks, Lizzie. Unbelievable action so far here at the 2023 Warrior Games. Wheelchair rugby has proven to be one of the most exciting, most competitive sports. The action is intense, the discipline, just everything that you want a sport to be, Pat, this has become that.
Yeah, and to answer Lizzie's question there, it's, hearing from the coach and about SOCOM, we were speculating, they have to be feeling the effects of the consecutive games. Well, turns out 100% they were. And, like I said, that team can hold their head up high. They have shown that they have the resilience to do battle here against some of the best teams, and then could end up definitely find themselves on the podium when the dust settles here. So to echo your point, incredible game, and it's great to see also a lot of these athletes focused on, say, the individual sports, but then to come in this team event like wheelchair rugby, where it doesn't get any more teamwork than this sport. It really, if you can't go in with one ringer on your team, nothing's going to happen.
Well, we got a great match coming up next. It's Marine Corps versus Navy. Navy coming in undefeated at 2-0. Marine Corps with a 1-1 record. Let's take a look at the starters for the Marine Corps. We've got Staff Sergeant David Benitez, Master Sergeant Donald Burns, Sergeant Patrick McDonald, and Staff Sergeant Pierre Sturgis. That's your starting 4 for the Marine Corps. Navy starters, we've got aviation bosun's mate handling second class Luis Cervantes. He is the spark plug for Navy. Intelligence specialist third class Andrew Garcia will be picking up the load as well. Aviator crewman Levi Moore, as well as intelligence specialist second class Jesse Tamaris. That's your top 4 starters for Navy. And your officials for our final game of the day, Matt Smith and the always busy Bob Doty. Bob's been working hard all day. 4 games, I think. And we're about to tip off here. Levi Moore will be taking the tip for Navy. And that's Pierre Sturgis for the Marine Corps. And it's Navy with possession, Luis Cervantes.
As we've seen, Cervantes waste no time setting the beat, setting the pace, the tempo. Kind of the heart of his team in the last matchup.
Little give and go to Andrew Garcia.
Trying to get it.
Looked like he tried to find Levi Moore in the key, but
yeah, I think that's exactly
too much mustard. So that's Marine Corps possession. And this is David Benitez. Nice out pass. That's Donald Burns, and he takes it in for the first score of the night.
Burns just glides in, and that last possession on the other side, point being awarded for that defensive foul.
Cervantes bottled up in the backcourt. Nice job by Patrick McDonald keeping the pressure on. And we have a 10-second violation. Excellent defensive effort by the Marine Corps. Let me correct myself, Pat. It's a 12-second violation. 12 seconds to get across the timeline.
Wow.
Patrick McDonald.
McDonald, I'm surprised he was able to draw Cervantes off to the side like that. Great maneuver.
Good start for the Marine Corps.
So watch what was happening here. See, Cervantes started to hit it in reverse and couldn't react in time.
And that's going to be an easy score for Navy. Jesse Tamaris got behind the defense on the long pass. That knocks up the score at 2-2. Benitez, pressured by Tamaris. Got a big collision across the timeline. Let's take a look. This is Pierre Sturgis. Let's take a look at what happened.
Well, just he reached, went for the sky. Got a little stratospheric with the reach and paying the price, going up and over, tumbling back, but committed. Held on to the stone the whole time.
I almost broke my wrist watching that.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
You got a stoppage in play over on the far side.
One of the hardest, loudest collisions.
Andrew Garcia took the business end of that.
Not to make light of the contact and the collision capacity of this sport, but the speed.
And that's Pierre Sturgis.
Yeah. Now watch this.
Oh, no, he got, look at that.
Yeah.
That was a big hit by David Benitez. Back to live action. Pierre Sturgis. He's getting shoved out of bounds by Levi Moore. That's a great defensive effort by Navy as they'll take over possession. the Marine Corps field of play. 2-2 is our score. Garcia looking for a lob.
Wow.
And he's got it. Garcia hits Cervantes.
Yeah, Cervantes is usually that guy that's on the outside of the key, moving it in. Great to see him.
Your assist guy, right?
Yeah.
And here's a breakaway. Denise Medina.
Yeah. Perfect little just flick pass by Denise.
Yeah, got it over to Patrick McDonald for the easy score, and we are knotted up at 3. Here's Andrew Garcia. Pierre Sturgis with the pressure in the backcourt. Cervantes trying to set a block. Gets it back to Cervantes.
Wow.
Levi Moore.
No stopping Levi.
I have a feeling this is going to be a back and forth contest, Pat.
I do, but Navy is showing a little fire here. I feel like they're finding their flow after being 2-0. I think they're thinking 3-0 has a little bit better ring to it.
McDonald's pass out of reach of Denise Medina, so the ball goes back over to Navy. Ball smacked away by Patrick McDonald. Stays with Navy. And the long outlet pass.
Has to meet the ball far down. Grabs it, redirects, stays with it.
Levi Moore.
Wow. Unrattled. Unwavered in his determination to get those two wheels across the line. Got a hard check right before, but stayed with it.
Wholesale substitutions by Navy. Jonathan Page, Christopher Lawrence, Travis Wyatt, and Aaron Gomez on the court for Navy. This is Denise Medina.
Yeah.
And that's a great pass to David Benitez, who takes it to the house.
The lazy lob, high arc, perfectly timed, and allowed him to coast his way through. Wow.
Jonathan Page takes it home.
Starting to see a theme here with the back and forth. Maybe you're right. Potential for a nail biter here. Navy.
A scorekeeper's nightmare.
Yeah. Navy staying in step with the Marine Corps.
Patrick McDonald hucks it up for Sturgis, and it gets knocked away.
Lots of contact, little chaos.
Jonathan Page gets over the timeline. He's got Aaron Gomez on the far side, but I don't think he's going to get it to him, but he does. Nope, they wave it off. Gomez was out of the back line. Timeout on the floor taken by the Marine Corps. We've got 3:27 left here in the first quarter, and it's back and forth action with Navy up 6-4.
Yeah, loving the fire on both sides. And just the consistency on the back and forth. I think we're seeing even a more reinvigorated Navy right now.
Yeah, I think, we talked in the earlier game about the depth of Navy's roster. They have a lot of people to go to. Marine Corps doing a good, solid job to start. We'll see what happens when Navy gets those. They flood the substitutions in. And, if you don't have enough of a depth on your own bench, it's tough to keep up with that. We're going to take a look at the highlights here from what's going on already in the first quarter. As you can see, the defense, there's some hitting out there, Pat.
We've already seen some capsized rigs, some crazy fast breaks.
Navy hustling down the floor.
Yeah.
Marine Corps can't let things like that happen consistently. Navy has a tendency to go for the long pass to get the breakout. But SOCOM still hanging in there, methodical.
That nice flicker by Medina. Love that approach. Got that great timing. And that was impressive. Able to stay with the ship right at the end and get it across the line.
Back to the action. Big collision in the backcourt, but the pass gets to Sturgis. He tries to get around Travis Wyatt, and he does, and he skates it.
Rides it up. Little Manny on one wheel.
Pierre Sturgis. Got to see more of that.
That was a beautiful block by Medina.
There's the long pass again. The long pass again. Aaron Gomez. Navy flexing. Keep an eye on that, Pat, because they've had at least 4 points off of the long pass. Here's Sturgis, but he's got a wide open, looks like John Thompson underneath, but the defense closes in. Here's Benitez.
Benitez did a really good job hooking around and seeing that opening. Knew he had the support and the screen on the inside key.
Marine Corps closes their deficit to 7-6. Navy across the timeline. That's Eric Cruz checking back in for Navy.
Just loses the handle. A little bit too low.
This is Christopher Lawrence. He's pressured by Donald Burns.
Oh, wow!
Looks like we have a backcourt violation. Donald Burns inbounds for the Marine Corps to David Benitez. Benitez around the right side, but he gets boxed out, but Sturgis wide open for the score.
Now Sturgis, we know he's willing to commit for the reach. But if you watch this perfectly, just brings it in Lynn Swan style. One hand on the grab.
And there's another long pass by Navy, and Travis Wyatt takes it home. So again, that's looks like Navy's MO at this point in the game. They're going to capitalize on the Marine Corps. Got to be able to get back on defense a little bit quicker. 41.7 seconds left here in the first quarter. Navy with a substitution. Andrew Garcia comes back in. Wow! What a pass from Sturgis. Outstanding play by the Marine Corps. Sturgis to John Thompson.
Sturgis is saying, you don't faze me at all. Stays with it to the last second. And actually gave him a boost for the pass.
Garcia trying to get his way around Sturgis. Sturgis won't have it. Loft pass. And that's knocked out of bounds by the Marine Corps. So we'll stay with Navy with 17.5 seconds on the clock. Game tied at 8 here in the first quarter. Cervantes surveying the field, 10 seconds. and he hands it off to Eric Cruz, and it doesn't work. Cruz loses the ball, and it's going to go back over to the Marine Corps with 6.4 seconds left. They have an opportunity to take the lead. David Benitez. Pierre Sturgis looking to get in place in the key, and they can't get it off. So that's the end of the first quarter. We got a good one here, Pat. Marine Corps and Navy knotted up at 8.
Good one. I'm going to go with great. 8 apiece. Are you kidding me? Both teams really equally matched, and I had to hand it to the Marine Corps staying in step with Navy. Navy really working and putting some great plays together, but the fierce approach that I'm seeing from Marine Corps is really, really impressive.
So listen, we here on this side of the court, the enthusiasm of the Marine Corps fans. Lizzie Smith is sitting with them right now. Lizzie, tell us what you got.
You are not wrong. We have some very enthusiastic Marine Corps fans here, very dedicated. I'm here with Mike, who is a Marine. It's his second year competing, too. Competed in powerlifting this morning. How'd that go for you?
It was awesome. Always a pleasure to get under the bar and you know, see what you got. It's all strength, all power. I had great coaches, great teammates, and it's just awesome to be in that environment, and, you know, you push until you can't.
Yeah, that's huge. Even with the individual sports, it sounds like it's really a team effort to drive that success.
Always. That's kind of like a Marine Corps motto. Like, we live by that code. You always got to look out for the dude and dudette to your left and right, and so it's a team effort in any sport.
Yeah, and you can feel that here today for sure. What's it like cheering on Team Marines today at Wheelchair Rugby?
Oh, I mean, it honestly is awesome. They go out there, blood, sweat, tears, all on the floor. You can see that they love working as a team, and they're here for one goal, and that's to win. They want to crush the opposing threat, if I was saying that right. But, yeah, and give it their all against Team Navy here.
I love it. Well, we're hoping it all works out for Team Marines today. John, Pat, what do you guys think?
Well, I think crush is an appropriate word when discussing wheelchair rugby. You know, you feel the Semper Fi flow, and I have to agree. I'm handing it to Marine Corps right now, really, like I said, staying in step with Navy.
And listen, Marine Corps came in as the number 5 seed, Pat.
Yeah.
Right, so everybody might have looked at this on paper and said, well, this game might not be that challenging for Navy, but the Marine Corps has come to play. And I think, you know, actually, let me ask you, what do you think that the Marine Corps needs to do to keep themselves in this game?
I just stay in step and keep the tempo. Do not, the second you get a little slow on that defense, guys like Cervantes, they'll take full advantage. They'll do that Cervantes sidewinder approach. They have to keep up on the D, and they have to keep on the consistency on the conversions. If they do that, it is going to be a tie game going into third quarter.
And to be fair, in the first quarter, we really did not see Luis Cervantes be as active as he was in the previous game. So I think you're going to see him take a greater role here before the half.
Yeah, and you know, now teams, you know, they've got 2 games under their belt. They're on their 3rd. So fatigue is an issue. I overheard some of the players after the last game, and they're just like, my obliques, I'm going to feel this. I had weightlifting this morning. I just did 3 games. Listening to some of the SOCOM team members just lament about the impact of playing 3 wheelchair rugby games.
Following nothing. Yeah, I've done nothing, and I feel it. So that was Andrew Garcia who took it in for the try for Navy as they take a 9-8 lead here in the second quarter. Marine Corps inbounding. Patrick McDonald, freshman in the backcourt.
Medina way out front. Way out front to Medina. Oh, glides in like butter. So smooth.
Nice work by Denise Medina. Tied up at 9. Medina now gets on the defensive end and making a good push here against Andrew Garcia. And Garcia looks like he's going to have an easy ride into the corner.
Oh, he does.
Patrick McDonald got there just a couple of seconds late.
Couple of challenges along that route, albeit slightly too soft.
This is Patrick McDonald. Too easy, Pat. Too easy.
Well, just watch the back and forth with the board. If there's no errors, each team able to score, it's going to remain this tight throughout.
Here's Garcia. He's got Levi Moore.
Oh, wow.
Behind him.
Interesting defensive decision there.
It was basically a 2-on-1. He had to commit.
Yeah.
11-10 Navy. And there's a turnover.
Oh.
Travis Wyatt. And we've got a defensive penalty, and that's going to give Navy another point. Two-point game. Here's Medina, but she is met immediately by Wyatt. McDonald, and he calls time immediately.
Awfully calculated move there. And interesting, you saw a little momentum, that timeout breaking the momentum of Navy, and a chance for Marine Corps to get back into that equal back and forth that we were seeing. Sometimes that's exactly what a team needs. Just call that timeout, put a little ice on it, and let's rejoin when we're ready.
You could see a little bit of frustration with the Marine Corps after they got called for that defensive penalty. You know, you're trying to be aggressive, you're trying to make a play, you're trying to keep your team, you're trying to keep their momentum going, and then you get called for that penalty. It costs you a point. You know, what they can't afford to do is hang their heads. They've got to make sure that they still maintain that type of energy and that type of enthusiasm, because Navy will capitalize on that.
I think they're in it. They're in it to win it.
So after a full day of action, I mean, we're not full yet. We've got to finish up this game, too. Here's our standings. Air Force is undefeated, along with Navy at 2-0. Marine Corps at 1-1, batting 500. SOCOM with a big victory earlier. They improved to 1-2. Army looking for their first victory. We got a loose ball here, and it's picked up by the Marine Corps. John Thompson gathers it up to McDonald. And he's plowed into by Garcia and Jonathan Page. So the Marine Corps picks up a point on a defensive foul in the key committed by Navy. And Navy calls time.
So Cervantes looks a little concerned. Definitely wants to find that rhythm that they had in the previous game.
And you could see that he's a leader in the huddle, right? He comes over and he starts talking immediately, trying to get everybody to understand what it is that their goals are. This is what we need to do. Let's get back to our game. Let's get back to Navy rugby. Let's take a look at some of the scores from earlier action today on the first day of preliminaries. Air Force with an easy victory over the Marine Corps, and they followed that up with a 27-20 victory over SOCOM. Navy with a couple of victories over SOCOM and over Army in their last game. Marine Corps salvaged a slow start with a victory over Army as well. Back to the action. Navy on a rush. This is Garcia to Luis Cervantes. And Cervantes
he'll back
coming
it up.
out. Yeah. Coming out of the timeout, Levi Moore with a great pass from Cervantes. You know that play was drawn up, Pat.
Oh, the reverse was genius.
This is Sturgis, met by Garcia. And we've got a 2-on-none. This is going to be an easy play for the Marine Corps. Maybe.
Or not so fast.
Levi Moore says, I don't think so. Unbelievable defensive effort by Navy. Garcia and Cervantes met by Sturgis. Jonathan Page, and McDonald can't get to him. That's a try for Navy.
That was a huge miss for Marine Corps.
Marine Corps substitution is Darrell Taylor, number 39. Navy increases their lead to 3 points as we approach the 5.5-minute mark. A couple of more subs in for Navy. We've got Travis Wyatt,
Starting to
Christopher
see
Lawrence.
too, on both teams the grimaces. If there's anything to be said in just the facial language, you know, when you're on your third game, you know, the fatigue, everything's starting to set in.
It's John Thompson with a pass to
Wow.
Patrick McDonald. And that's a good way to stem the tide there, Pat.
Yep.
Navy was on a little bit of a run there, but Marine Corps shuts it down. 14-12. And just like that, Andrew Garcia says, you know what, we're going to go back up by 3. I hope you don't mind.
We can do the same thing on the other side. As long as they keep it in that 2-3 point range, it's always within grasp. It's when you get beyond 5, 6, 7, 8 points.
Right, it just seems insurmountable when it gets beyond 5. Right. It's a psychological thing.
Wow.
John
With the
Thompson,
bounce.
and he takes it in. (15-13). Navy leads Marine Corps.
Man,
Here in the second quarter.
The frenzy of the pass work that we're starting to see by both teams.
Yeah, Andrew Garcia takes it in for Navy once again. And Pat, again, it's that long pass that the Marine Corps is having a little bit difficult time adjusting and getting back.
Keeping them drawn back, and then right there, just needs to get around. And again,
Thompson.
You saw what Team Marine Corps was doing, keeping them drawn back and then setting the play.
Exactly what they're doing is they're basically setting them up. Let's bring it up a little bit slowly. Let's draw the defense into us and then get behind them.
And the same, taking a page out of Team Marine Corps' book.
Aaron Gomez with his try. 17-14, 3:28 to go here in the first half. Looks like Navy's going to burn a timeout.
Quick.
An equipment adjustment taking place on the court in front of us. Aaron Gomez looks like he's good to go.
Yeah.
And we're back to the action. David Benitez, pressured by Travis Wyatt. Almost a steal, but they get it across the timeline. Here comes John Thompson on the right side.
Wow.
He's got Pierre Sturgis.
Contact and carnage everywhere leading up to that play. But that was perfectly executed, the way the ball was moving back and forth. Oh!
Big hit by David Benitez. And that's going to be a backcourt violation, but it's a turnover. And there's the call, backcourt violation on the Marine Corps. Costly turnover in a 2-point game. Officials are discussing the previous call. Now we've got an official timeout on the floor.
So some passionate dialogue with Team Navy's coach. Very passionate.
Interesting how they have not stopped the clock in the middle of this discussion. The clock continues to run. So Marine Corps will retain possession. Pierre Sturgis. Sturgis gathering steam, trying to get around the right side. job by Benitez, setting the pick. He's got a pass.
No.
And that's a defensive penalty, so the Marine Corps gets a break there, Pat.
They do. They'll take that gladly.
.130 to go here in the first half. Navy by 1. Christopher Lawrence. And he's out of bounds. That's a huge turnover. The Marine Corps down by 1 with a chance to tie.
A chance to tie before the half. Talk about huge mental momentum.
Pressure in the backcourt by Navy. Sturgis gets it over the line to Benitez.
Oh, up and over.
Thompson was met
by
Gomez.
What? Lost it right through the fingertips. He knows how close he was. Oh, crushing. Now watch, so much going on here. Look at the contact. Now a chance, opportunity. Just got away.
Heartbreaking. See how much pressure the Marine Corps applies here in the backcourt. Big hit by David Benitez, but that opens up.
Oh, Cervantes.
Luis Cervantes. We haven't called his name a lot in the first half, but there it is. When you need him.
Yeah,
when you need him. That's a big try for Navy as they push their lead back up to 2. Pierre Sturgis.
Oh! And a lucky bounce.
Nice work by David Benitez.
A lot of Semper Fi spirit in the stands.
Cervantes to Jesse Tamaris across the timeline. He's bottled up by Sturgis, but he gets through, and he's going to coast in.
Wow.
Jesse Tamaris.
The back and forth, it's neck-breaking at this point.
Under 10 seconds to go, the final push by the Marine Corps. Down by 2. This is David Benitez to Pierre Sturgis.
Wow. Oh, no! Sturgis had a chance, and there was room to wedge in. But love this 2-point game that we have on our hands.
Great effort so far by both teams. The Marine Corps, I got to tell you, Pat, I am very, very impressed. A lot of fight, as you would expect, but the number 5 seed coming in doesn't care about their seed. They're here to play, and they're giving Navy all they can handle.
They are adamant that they want to be the underdogs and the spoilers in the same breath, and they're showing potential for just that.
Well, we're going to send it off to a commercial spot for the Army. Take a look at this, and we'll be back with highlights in just a minute.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch, around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
We are back to the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center here in San Diego, California for the 2023 Warrior Games. Take a look at some highlights from the first half. Pat, plenty of them.
Well, pick your side, because there was brilliant performances by both teams in the first half. It was an incredible back and forth. Medina showing she has that timing, she has that flea flicker approach, but it was amazing to see both teams really capitalize on those long passes, fast breaking. We saw it on Marine Corps side, drawing Navy back and going up and over the shoulders on multiple plays. Sturgis was clutch in many plays. That pass, getting the boost from the contact.
really been a tale of two cities in this competition, right? You know, you've had, in our last game with Air Force and SOCOM, you had the defensive intensity. This game, it's all about offense.
And both teams really matching one another, staying in step. The back and forth, answering. We'd see that fast break, and then we'd see it right back from the other side. These are the kind of games you dream about, where it's back and forth. It's not a runaway game. It's what we were hoping for. I did think Navy was going to come out a little bit more on top, but I have to hand it to Marine Corps. I am so impressed by the fight that they're putting up, and it's only a 2-point game, and we're only at the half.
Got a great game so far. By the way, Lizzie Smith has the greatest gig going in this competition. She gets to talk to some fantastic people. Lizzie, who do you got on the court side?
That is exactly right. I definitely cannot complain about my job here at Warrior Games. I have Wayne Berg here from Team Navy. He's helping out on the medical team. Wayne, give us some insight into what you're doing.
So I'm the Senior Medical Advisor for Navy's Wounded Warrior Program, and part of my job here is to organize the medical support and to basically look after all these great athletes while they're here all week.
No pressure, no pressure. How's it been going so far, watching the competitions, helping out these athletes?
It's so much fun to watch these athletes. This is one of my favorite events right here, the wheelchair and rugby. A lot of kinetic, a lot of activity, very much fun, and it's just so much thrill as far as watching these guys, how much they compete, and you see how tired they're getting at the end of the night here. 3 games in a row, it's really starting to show, and that's why I keep checking on them, making sure they're doing okay, staying hydrated, of course, checking on the injuries. We're starting to get a little sore, but so far so good.
100%. As you said, lots of energy out there, to Pat's point too, lots of kinetic energy, lots of contact. What does it mean outside of that for you to see just these wounded warriors, these veterans, these athletes here representing Team Navy? What's that like for you to experience?
Well, I get to work with them much more from here. All the team camps that come up and work up to this point, and I get to see how much effort and hard work and dedication they put into this, 100% all the time, and to see it all come to fruition here, fantastic. It's just so much fun, heartwarming. It's really wonderful.
That's huge. I know we feel the exact same way here, just doing whatever we can to support the athletes, feeling the energy, feeling the vibes. Wayne, thank you so much for your time. John, Pat, back to you guys.
Thanks, Lizzie. Great job. Coming up on second half action here, Pat, we've got Navy with a 2-point lead over the Marine Corps here on day 1 of the Warrior Games wheelchair rugby competition. And I'll tell you what, the level of athleticism and the fight in these athletes is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, I would not be willing to put a bet on either team. I could see Marine Corps really stepping it up and start to dominate, but I could say the same about Navy. It's really anyone's game at this point. It's all going to be about pushing through that fatigue that both teams are clearly feeling, but it's just, yeah, it's a bit jaw-dropping to see that they're still playing at this level going on their 3rd games of the day.
So Navy will take the inbound to start the second half. That's Levi Moore in possession. You know, Pat, the ball that they use in wheelchair rugby is actually a volleyball, but it's smoothed out, or it's made rough so they can have a little bit of a better grip.
Yeah, we've seen, too, some players a little bit more have that deft touch, that ability to grab and almost like stick to the ball, suction cup style.
This is Garcia. He's met hard by 2 Marine Corps, but he gets it to Cervantes for the score.
Yeah. Cervantes, we're seeing a little bit of a different page from his playbook. Really starting to come in and get in the position. Previous games, we've seen Cervantes really control that tempo.
Right. He's been really the ball control guy, bringing it up the court. Now he's taking more of the offensive role. And here's an easy score for the Marine Corps. That's Pierre Sturgis responding in due time. Nine minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter. Navy clinging to a 2-point lead. That's Jamie Lopez in possession for Navy. So a defensive penalty assessed to the Marine Corps. That gives Navy a point. And here's Pierre Sturgis for the Marine Corps. He throws it over the top. Levi Moore to Garcia.
Pushing. Able to thread the needle on that.
Excellent work. Excellent control. So the pressure really mounting now as Navy applying it both offensively and defensively, stretching their lead to 4 points. But here comes a good offensive push. Patrick McDonald for the Marine Corps gets one back quickly.
This is what we talked about. If you can keep it in that 3-and-2 zone, it seems manageable. Second, we start to bounce and we get into 5, 7, 8-point differentials. It's a problem.
This is Andrew Garcia. He's being hawked by Patrick McDonald.
Yeah.
And Garcia is hit hard by David Benitez, but he got in. The lead's back to 4. Sturgis looking for the inbound, gets it to Denise Medina, and she's in a little bit of defensive trouble, but she gets rid of it, and Navy picks it off. Andrew Garcia.
Quick redirect. Cervantes is out front.
He's got Levi Moore on the right. Here's Cervantes. Pressured by McDonald to Moore, and he takes it in.
Yeah. Moore just manhandles his way across the line on that. So much strength.
The defensive intensity by Navy. Pierre Sturgis to McDonald, and he takes it in. Nice work by Patrick McDonald. Cuts the deficit to 4. Marine Corps with a quick substitution. John Thompson returns to the court. Here's Cervantes. Cervantes trying to get around Jamie Lopez.
Wow.
And he gets it to Levi Moore for the score.
And this is the thing, you give Navy an inch, they will take way more than a yard, really capitalizing on just a few mistakes, and just like that, getting that 5-point lead.
And 4 substitutions. So now you got fresh arms. Everybody ready to roll.
Oh, it's swatted away.
Popped out by Christopher Lawrence, and that's going to be a turnover for Navy. A hard hit by David Benitez, but they clear it across the court. Oh! A great pass to Eric Cruz. And they're going to call a defensive penalty, Pat.
And by virtue of that, I believe we'll have a point awarded on that, waiting for the official call.
We got a timeout called by the Marine Corps. So 5:13 left in the third quarter. Navy stretches its lead to 6, 26-20. Marine Corps is in a dangerous spot here.
Well, they were staying in step that whole first half, and just like that, I mentioned you give a little room to a team like Navy, and they immediately capitalize. And you didn't see Marine Corps answering back each time. It's that 1 missed opportunity, 2 missed opportunities, and you get around 4 or 5 missed opportunities. Now you're 5 points in the hole.
And that can seem insurmountable in a game like this. Some more Warrior Games action coming up tomorrow as the cycling portion gets underway. We're going to have cycling time trials starting at 8 a.m. Pacific time, and that'll be followed by the cycling road race coming up at 3 Pacific. We'll be back to action here at the Fitness Center starting on Monday with Wheelchair Rugby's second day of preliminaries. That'll come at you at 3 p.m. Pacific time. And a quick turnover by the Marine Corps gives the ball back to Navy as we go under the 5-minute mark. And an outlet pass from Christopher Lawrence. That goes to Aaron Gomez, and he takes it to the house.
And Gomez did a great job at stalling that up and letting the defensive players actually pass him up and commit to the other player, and then just rolled in. Perfectly executed.
Navy by 7. And the supporting crowd of Navy is getting louder and louder. Here's another turnover. Oh! That's a good play defensively, though, by John Thompson to recover. That'll give the ball back to the Marine Corps. Breanne Cook on the inbounds. To Thompson. Boxed in the backcourt by 2 Navy defenders. And another turnover. Gomez picks it up, and he tosses it for the score. Christopher Lawrence. And the lead grows to 8.
Yep, if you're keeping track, they're just steadily increasing that lead. Now 8 points separating. And
this might help them, though.
Yeah.
John Thompson takes it in the left side. And that, I believe, cut a 5-0 run by Navy. 28-21 Navy, coming up on the 3-minute mark of the third quarter. Heavy collisions in midcourt. Referee blows the whistle. And we have a timeout called by the Marine Corps. .249 left here in the third quarter, 28-21 Navy. The Marine Corps has got to get some sort of offensive flow going here. Defensively, I don't know how much more you can do than what you've already done, but you got to convert offensively.
And I don't know how much of it is actually Marine Corps. You know, Navy's doing a really good job of being a disruptor in their plays and stopping anything that Marine Corps is trying to get moved through. But we just witnessed just how quickly you can get ahead and kind of tap into that momentum. I thought that this was going to happen earlier in the matchup. We're seeing it here in the third quarter, but it's by no means over. If Marine Corps can kind of get back into that kind of back and forth and really capitalize and shut Navy down a few times, score on the conversion, we're going to be back to a 1-2 point game where it's anyone can run away with it in the fourth quarter at the end.
This is Aaron Gomez bringing it up the court for Navy.
Oh!
And a big collision by McDonald and Eric Cruz. And a great pass and a score. Nice work by Christopher Lawrence to get open behind the defense. And that puts Navy up once again by 8. This is McDonald.
Plenty.
Nice work.
Roll in. Yeah, had some options to pass, but definitely had the clean roll.
And he got a really good pick by John Thompson there on the right side. It allowed him to roll around behind him. This is Travis Wyatt behind the defense for Navy, and that's too easy.
Uncontested.
Navy's very deliberate. You know, they come in, they're the defending silver medalists. You know they're hungry for the gold medal. They play their game. This is McDonald.
Donald, great redirection there. As a result, back-to-back goals, and he is fired up. He wants the pressure on.
And you see it on defense too.
Yeah.
Comes in and collides with Gomez.
Little reach around.
And that's going to be a defensive penalty. So Navy gets credited with a point as we come under the 1 minute mark. Lead grows back to 8. McDonald. Big collision on the left side. And that's a turnover. Christopher Lawrence to Gomez. Gomez had a pass. Yeah, he thought he had Travis Wyatt wide open, and I don't think Wyatt realized that he was going to get it. Four more substitutions on the court for Navy. Luis Cervantes gets back in the action. So too does Andrew Garcia. Jesse Tamaris, who started the contest. Here's McDonald, and a great block by David Benitez.
Colossal collision right there.
So they're going to credit the Marine Corps with the score, and I believe it might have been a defensive penalty in the key. 31-24. And a forward pass.
Can he get it? Can he? No.
This would be critical for the Marine Corps to score with 14 seconds left. Go into the half with only a 6-point deficit. Doesn't seem like a big thing to just get one, but from a confidence standpoint, it might serve them really well. McDonald's got to get something going here. Here he goes. 8 seconds. McDonald he's trying to go to the right, and he's getting boxed out by Cervantes. But they're going to, yes, it's a defensive penalty. Yep, a defensive penalty committed against David Benitez, and the Marine Corps gets the score with a second and a half to go. And the clock is expired. Interception by Brianne Cook, and we'll go into the fourth quarter with a 31-25 lead by Navy. Really, really good second effort by the Marine Corps to cut into the deficit at the end there, Pat. Let's go back courtside and check in with Lizzie Smith again with a special guest.
Hey guys, that is exactly right. I have a very special guest here. He's one of our Warrior Games volunteers. This is Dave. Dave, what's it like being out at the Warrior Games?
It's been fantastic seeing all the athletes participate and just building a camaraderie. It's building a wonderful relationship. It's fantastic seeing this.
That's huge. Now, I feel like, Dave, we have so many people who are involved in one of the branches, know someone that's competing, but you're a civilian and you're just kind of here to be involved. What's that like for you? What drew you to participate in this event?
Well, I've been volunteering with the USO for 18 years, and so it's been fantastic just enjoying my opportunity to provide the services for our military active duty service members and their families.
That's incredible. What are you looking forward to most out here at the Warrior Games Challenge?
Just seeing the excitement, seeing the faces, seeing how they're adapting, and just being able to enjoy themselves.
Incredible. Well, Dave, thank you so much for all that you're doing here. I know that this operation would not run without the help of the amazing volunteers. We're so excited to have you here. I had a great time chatting with you. Pat, Dave, Dave. Do you see? Pat, John. What do you guys think about Dave here? John, I think you're being replaced. Sorry. You're on payroll, Dave.
Listen, Lizzie, I am very easily replaced, and I'll tell you what, if we have to replace me with Dave, Dave is going to do a bang-up job. We love our volunteers here at the Warrior Games. We recognize that these games cannot go on without the contributions of our volunteers, so we appreciate them tremendously. So we're coming up here on the fourth quarter. Navy with a 31-25 lead over the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps has got to get something going here. They had a really good push there at the end, Pat. And I expect them, look, you can see them coming out on the court. There's a lot of enthusiasm. Pierre Sturgis is back on the court. He's the catalyst for them.
Well, I'm not sure what words were said at the break, but I feel like Marine Corps, they are fired up a little bit more. I think they found what they needed to get back in this. It is definitely not over. I don't think anyone is riding Team Marine Corps at this point, not riding them off. A little back and forth.
Right, so right out of the gate here, David Benitez got run into by Levi Moore, and that caused the backcourt violation. That gives it right back over to Navy. Cervantes. And Navy's got to call a timeout. Good defense by the Marine Corps.
Yeah, Cervantes wasn't having it. Setting up those plays and just Marine Corps on them like glue at this point.
I think that they got the realization that they got to create more turnovers. And they can do that. They're an aggressive team. You've got Sturgis on the floor, McDonald. Those two are catalysts. So Navy will give it one more shot on the inbounds. This is Garcia.
Yeah, Garcia.
To Levi Moore.
No, denied.
Tried to squeeze in by Benitez, and Benitez wouldn't let him, and he's going to pick it up.
Wow.
David Benitez. He's got Sturgis to his right.
No.
And a great defense. I thought it would be a great defensive play by Jonathan Page, but that's a foul. So that's going to be a point for the Marine Corps. Take a look at that one more time. An incredible defensive effort here by Jonathan Page.
Well, and taking that bat-around approach, up and over and down with the ship, Navy style.
Excellent job by Andrew Garcia as well to cut off that path to the goal.
Yeah.
So a 5-point game with 9:10 to go. This is Garcia, and he is fouled as he comes across the timeline. So Navy gets credited with a point off the defensive penalty. The lead's back to 6. Take a look at this. Garcia
Burgess
was in the open but couldn't make his way through the gauntlet. And that's Patrick McDonald.
Keep your eye on the scoreboard now. We're getting closer. 5-point deficit.
Navy with the inbound. This is Andrew Garcia, pressured by Pierre Sturgis.
Opportunity again. This is what we were talking about.
David Benitez takes it in untouched, and we got a 4-point game.
This is exactly what Marine Corps needs to do. Keep the pressure on. Watch the defense right from the inbound. Look at that. Exactly.
Even though you don't get the ball back on that defensive play, it puts that doubt in Navy's mind.
You're breaking it up. You're being the disruptor. You're stopping their flow. And you're setting them off their pace. They start forcing passes, forcing plays.
This is Cervantes. To Jonathan Page. Pressured by McDonald. And there comes Benitez from behind. It'll stay with Navy, but a heck of a defensive effort by the Marine Corps.
You know, the contact, the hit, and then strips it out in the process. So, watch that. Coming in, thinks he's going to coast in, and then boom.
Benitez. Navy brings the muscle back onto the court. Aaron Gomez and Christopher Lawrence. This is Lawrence, guarded by McDonald. To Gomez. And a defensive penalty called against the Marine Corps. That credits Navy with a point. Leads back up to 5. Eric Cruz overthrew. Huge collision right in front of the scorer's table. Here comes Pierre Sturgis. Sturgis trying to get around Lawrence, and he passes it over. Great play. Good pass to Donald Burns, and Marine Corps cuts it again.
A quick wheel change. And this is where Marine Corps needs to stay focused. Maintain that pressure right from the inbound. But this is, you were talking about with Sturgis, his ability to find the opportunities. Waits for it. Now the redirect.
Right, he actually didn't make the pass until he saw the defender commit. Excellent job. Here comes Navy. And that was an easy score for them. Aaron Gomez pushes the lead back to 5. This is Benitez. Across the center court, he's met by Travis Wyatt, and a backcourt violation is called on the Marine Corps. A costly turnover.
They can't afford handovers like that. Not at this point.
And that pass was knocked out of bounds by Donald Burns, but it will stay with Navy. Cruz into Gomez. He gets swallowed up by Sturgis, but a blind pass. He looked like he was trying to get the pass over to Eric Cruz, but that was stolen by Pierre Sturgis. McDonald up the court to Burns. It's a 2-on-1. He's got Benitez on the far side, and Navy gets back on defense, but he dishes it to McDonald for the score.
Thought he was being a little too calm and collected, but it definitely paid off.
We got a 4-point game.
This is where, if Marine Corps wants to shift the scales, they need to keep the pressure on. Man-on-man approach. And Medina now in.
Damaris in for Navy.
Yeah, her performance early in this matchup in the first 2 quarters was pivotal. And right
pass
there, we have a 3-point game. Just like
Great
that.
pass from Medina on the inbound to Sturgis, and he slid in right on the left corner. Marine Corps is on a roll, Pat. This
And
is
they
what
can feel it.
This is what we were waiting for, yes. And a timeout is called on the floor. Watch the pass by Medina. Great awareness.
That easy. When you're working in unison, you're in that flow state together as a team, and it's just like, her ability just to flick the pass, the inbound, or
Denise Medina is a gunnery sergeant in the Marine Corps. She is a 7-sport athlete in these games. She's going to be competing in cycling tomorrow. She competed in powerlifting this morning. And she's going to follow that up with volleyball, swimming, track, and wheelchair basketball. She is my hero.
Inspiration is going to be found in many, many disciplines, and all the stories that we're going to learn throughout the week, the stories of resilience. It's just an inspirational week.
So Navy on the inbound, up by 3, 4:18 to go. The ball in the hands of Luis Cervantes. Here's Andrew Garcia. Good backcourt pressure by the Marine Corps. Here comes Medina to cut it off. They get the ball out to Jesse Tamaris, and he is all alone. A great block on the right side there by Andrew Garcia, and that allowed Tamaris to coast in for the score, uncontested.
No chance to catch. This is huge.
Big break for the Marine Corps. Patrick McDonald.
Now with that, if you look how much time is on the clock, they need to be 140% pressure right now. They need to disrupt the flow right now.
35-32 Navy. This is Luis Cervantes. Medina with the pressure. Gets it off to Tamaris.
That's the kind of heat you saw Sturgis stay with them.
Cervantes gets it to Garcia. Here comes Sturgis.
No. Too little, too late.
So a big score by Navy. as we approach the 3-minute mark in the final quarter. 36-32. The Marine Corps bringing it up the court. Patrick McDonald. He's met by Garcia. Thompson tries to set a pick. And McDonald sees an opening and takes advantage of it.
That just looked a little too easy, I have to say.
And he was looking for the pass first, and then the lane opened up. Why not? I'll take it.
Oh, and potential opportunity here.
But Levi Moore gets behind the defense, but he couldn't pick it up.
This is huge. This is
intercepted by Sturgis to McDonald. He's got John Thompson's going to try to set a block. Here comes McDonald. He's got Sturgis on the right side.
Now
and there's a penalty. That's a defensive penalty, a costly one, and now we have a 2-point game inside of 2 minutes.
It is well within the grasp of Marine Corps to take the win on this. They have to pressure. They cannot let Navy score on this.
1:40 to go.
Keep the heat.
Levi Moore, pressured by McDonald. Listen, that was a great pass to Jesse Tamaris, but it looked like it got wrestled out of his hands by his teammate, Luis Cervantes.
Could have just asked for it.
It would have been the polite thing to do.
Yeah.
Here we go. Marine Corps down by 3, 1:10 remaining. This is McDonald.
And they need to work these points fast, just like that.
Nice, easy pass to Pierre Sturgis. We're back down to 2.
And force the turnover at this point as we hit the 1-minute mark. Without those turnovers and the conversions, no chance for Marine Corps at this point.
We're under a minute to go. This is Cervantes. You want the ball in his hands, right? And he's going to call time. Smart call.
But you see what they're doing, the pressure. They're stopping Navy's flow.
The Navy, I should say the Marine Corps is also getting back on defense a lot better than they were in the first half. You haven't seen those long outlet passes that went in for easy scores. So a good halftime adjustment by the Marine Corps coaching staff. .47 seconds left. Marine Corps up 37-35. I'm sorry, the Navy up on the Marine Corps 37-35. Navy, the defending silver medalists, ranked number 2 in this year's competition. The Marine Corps, the number 5 seed.
So if you do the time crunch, 47 seconds, Marine Corps would have to force a turnover pretty fast, score, and then do it exactly again. You add up how much time it really takes to score an average goal in wheelchair rugby. Here we go.
Take a look at the defense. Everybody was clustered in the backcourt. This is Aaron Gomez, and he's going to almost run out of time. And Christopher Lawrence has no problem just hanging on to the ball. Tamaris. And a foul is called on the Marine Corps, and that's going to give Navy an additional point. So with 16.6 seconds left, Navy's got a 38-35 lead. And Navy's not giving up defensively, Pat.
Yeah,
just Gomez.
Gomez, just for good measure, wanted to show, still
Aaron
wanted
Gomez. There's Sturgis. Pierre Sturgis.
Gets the point. Just under 4 on the clock.
So good work by Pierre Sturgis.
there was that tunnel of hope, that rhythm that the Marine Corps was finding, and that is official.
So our final score here on Game 4 of our broadcast, Navy defeats the Marine Corps 38-36. Unbelievable contest. I tell you, you have to have all the respect in the world, if you didn't already, for the Marine Corps. Tremendous fight in this game against a very deep and talented Navy squad.
Yeah, and speaking of respect, you're watching the players here congratulate each other. You see that mutual respect, that camaraderie they have. They know how much it takes to compete at this level in wheelchair rugby, and having 3 games in one day, just battered. Good news for all the wheelchair athletes with wheelchair rugby, have a chance to reset, regain. Some of them will be in cycling tomorrow, road racing. So there's that. But in terms of the muscles focused on wheelchair rugby, a chance to re-rack and recalibrate for the next matchups.
Exactly.
A day and a half later.
Get to at least utilize another muscle set. So unbelievable contest on our final game of the day. Navy's got to feel pretty good about themselves. They improved to 3-0. Air Force sitting at 2-0. The Marine Corps drops to 1-2 along with SOCOM. Army looking for their first victory. They'll get an opportunity to do that on Monday. So Navy and Air Force, the top 2 seeds coming in, they're looking every bit as advertised. So a great day of action here on day 1 of the Warrior Games Challenge. Unbelievable competition, unbelievable effort by all of our participants, all of our competitors. Just unbelievably inspirational. So happy to be involved here with you. Happy to be working with you, Pat Parnell. Great job today.
I'll tell you what, I'm a fan. I'm hooked. Wheelchair rugby, one of my new favorite disciplines, and I cannot wait until we get to more games on Monday. I'll be waiting with bated breath.
Likewise. We'll see you back here on Monday. We'll send it over to Lizzie Smith. She's on the court. Lizzie, take it away.
things I could say, but I might as well show. There are things we could guess, but we might as well know. So hurry up, girl, you've been taking too long. We can't just get crazy like there's nothing wrong. Cause all I hear is talking, 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 and all I need is action. Baby, till the morning, 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 a little satisfaction. So if you just take the time